Chapter 778. Thinking of this, Yi Ningyan couldn't help but feel jealous. Why did all the good things fall on Yijin? Is what you said true? Didn't that wretched girl deny it before? Yes. Yi Ningyan wouldn't say that she asked Chen Liang to monitor Yijin. Mayor Li came to the company to pick her up. I saw him several times. Chen Wan's expression didn't look good. She didn't expect Yijin to have such a change. Where's your dad? Why isn't he back yet? Didn't you ask him to take his brother swimming? Although Yi Nanshan wasn't young, he valued his only son, Yi Jinhao. As long as he was at home, he would definitely accompany Yi Jinhao. Call him and ask him to come back. She felt that something wasn't right. Yi Ningyan got up to make the call. Yi Nanshan came back soon. The swimming club was very close to home. He brought his son back after receiving the call. Chen Wan asked the nanny to take Yi Jinhao to take a shower and change clothes. She looked at Yi Nanshan seriously. What's wrong? What happened? Chen Wan looked upstairs and stood up. Nanshan, come with me for a moment. Yi Nanshan didn't understand what Chen Wan was doing. The two of them entered the study one after another. Nanshan, Yijin really got together with Li Junxing. As soon as she entered the door, Chen Wan couldn't wait to tell Yi Nanshan the news. Are you serious? Yi Nanshan was stunned. Didn't she say that she didn't? You believe whatever your daughter says. Chen Wan glared at him. Do you know that your daughter hasn't come back for 2 or 3 days? Yi Nanshan really didn't know. Yijin had already graduated from university. She was an adult, so she didn't need him to keep an eye on her. Moreover, he wasn't close to Yijin. She's been with Li Junxing for the past few days. Even if she wasn't, Chen Wan had to say that she was. Yi Nanshan was silent, as if he had thought of something. It seems that our company is going to prosper. He had Li Junxing as his backer. With Li Junxing as his son-in-law, he would be able to do whatever he wanted in Qing City. Nanshan. You are so naive. Chen Wan rolled her eyes at him in annoyance. Your daughter treats you as an enemy and hates you for marrying me. Do you think she will care about your father-daughter relationship after she hooked up with Li Junxing? Yi Nanshan was stunned for a moment. He had thought of this almost instantly. Chen Wan sneered, the biggest possibility is that your daughter won't care about you. She might even be instigated by Li Junxing to seize your power and take over the company under her name. How dare she? Yi Nanshan slammed the table angrily. I'm her father. It doesn't matter even if you're his grandfather. Chen Wan wanted to provoke Yi Nanshan's dissatisfaction with Yijin. Think about it. What's the use of being her father? She has 20% of the company's shares under her name. Now that she's being suppressed by you, she doesn't dare to openly seize power from you. But if she had Li Junxing's support, it would be different. Haven't you ever thought about it? Yi Nanshan didn't say anything. He was seriously considering Chen Wan's words. After a few minutes, he looked up at Chen Wan. Yijin wanted to seize control of the company. Dream on. He wouldn't give her a chance. You're telling me this because you already have a plan, don't you? Of course. Chen Wan nodded. There was a hint of a smile in her eyes. As long as you don't miss it. What's there to miss? Yi Nanshan's face was cold. The company is mine. My ex-wife is the only one who can't see things clearly. She actually wants to give the shares to that B*TCH. It's simple as long as you don't miss it. Chen Wan looked at Yi Nanshan and lowered her voice. We can gain the upper hand by a show of strength. What do you mean? Chen Wan leaned close to Yi Nanshan's ear and told him her idea. Yi Nanshan listened to her idea and stood up to hug her. Honey, honey. I didn't expect you to be so smart as to come up with such a plan. Chen Wan's eyes were tinged with a hint of pride as she was hugged by him. She gently patted Yi Nanshan's chest. Isn't it all for you? I don't want you to be suppressed by your daughter. She gave Yi Nanshan an idea, looking like she was doing it for his own good. She didn't forget to add insult to Yi Zhen. Since ancient times, the father is the ruler of the children. As a daughter, she should give the shares to you, be filial to you, and be obedient to you. But she's fine. She thinks about how to piss you off every day. How is this something a daughter should do? That's right. Yi Nanshan was also a little annoyed by her words. This B*TCH was born to collect debts. She opposed me when she was young. When she grew up, she couldn't bear to see the family doing well. She's simply an unfilial daughter. Chen Wan succeeded in adding insult to injury. She reached out and hugged Yi Nanshan's back. But it doesn't matter. Anyway, we know what to do now. Okay. Yi Nanshan thought about the idea she just said and picked her up. You're really my good wife. Honey, Chen Wan was old, but at this time, she acted coquettishly. We're husband and wife. It's my duty to share your worries. Yi Nanshan looked at the attachment and worship in Chen Wan's eyes. He only felt blood rushing to his head. He picked Chen Wan up, placed her on the desk, and began to pull up her clothes. Honey, it's okay. I locked the door. Yi Nanshan lowered his head. Chen Wan was just doing it. They quickly cooperated. Yi Zhen didn't know Yi Nanshan and Chen Wan's plans. For her, she also had her own plans. Li Junxing provided a reliable method. If he hadn't said it, Yi Zhen wouldn't have thought of doing it this way. She looked at the form Li Junxing drew in front of her. There was a bit of admiration and eagerness in her eyes that she didn't even notice. Li Junxing sensed her gaze and stopped his commentary to look at her. What's wrong? His little girl looked at him like that, and he almost couldn't restrain himself. Nothing. Yi Zhen found herself staring at Li Junxing in fascination. She looked a little embarrassed. I just feel that how can you be so amazing? He came from the business world, right? Why did he know so much about business? It's a pity that you don't go into business. Li Junxing threw down the pen in his hand and hugged her body again. He lowered his head and pressed his chin against her neck. He smelled the good smell on her body and smiled softly. I will, and there are many more. You can slowly discover them. The hint in his words was too obvious. Yi Zhen couldn't help but move her body. What do you want to eat tonight? Because she had communicated with her grandfather before, she came to his place after work. She hadn't had dinner yet. I want to eat you. Li Junxing's big hand wasn't honest. He used his hand as a ruler and measured her body inch by inch. Yi Zhen's body softened. I'm hungry. I'm hungry too. This hunger wasn't that hunger. Li Junxing picked her up. Feed me first, and then I'll feed you. Yi Zhen looked at his handsome side profile and blushed as she wrapped her arms around his neck. Alright, actually, she really wanted to. Yi Zhen had just made up her mind on how to snatch the company from Yi Nanshan. However, Yi Nanshan said that he wanted to hold a shareholders' meeting first. What do you think my dad wants to do? Could it be that he knows what I want to do? Was it because he knew what she might do? Did he want to strike first? Impossible. Li Junxing shook his head. Let's not talk about our side first. Our plan hasn't been implemented yet. Your dad won't know. Yi Zhen bit her lip. She believed in Li Junxing and herself. My dad doesn't get up early if it's not profitable. There must be something fishy about holding a shareholders' meeting. She believed that Qinhuan and Yi Ningyan would definitely know Yi Nanshan's plan. Thinking about what she had done in the past few days, even if she did well yesterday, Yi Nanshan had always used his identity to suppress her. She suddenly thought of an almost impossible operation. Could it be that my father is not satisfied with the 20% shares in my hands and wants to take them back? Li Shiyu thought. It's possible. Li Junqing frowned. He was very unhappy with Yi Nanshan. But he shouldn't succeed, right? Yi Zhen shook her head. She didn't underestimate her enemy like Li Junqing. She had a little understanding of Yi Nanshan. Even if this man was her father, in her heart, he was selfish and irresponsible. He only loved himself. I just don't know what my dad is going to do. No matter what he's going to do. Li Junqing looked at the flash of depression on her face and kissed her on the lips. You have me. Yi Zhen wrapped her arms around his waist and rubbed her little face against his chest. Ever since she lost her mother at the age of 12, she hadn't tried to rely on anyone. Even if she still had her grandfather and uncle. But to her, she would rather rely on herself most of the time. Now, there was a man who would stand by her side no matter what the situation was, giving her support and strength. This feeling was really good. Uncle Li, thank you. Li Junqing reached out and flicked her forehead. If you really want to thank me, call me hubby. Yi Zhen, no. It was too mushy. Moreover, they weren't in that kind of relationship yet. You really don't want it. Li Junqing looked at her delicate skin, which turned red because of his gentle flick. No. Afraid that he would sneak up on her again, she covered her forehead with her hand. Li Junqing raised his hand and was about to flick her again. She was so scared that she closed her eyes. However, he kissed her on the lips. Their lips met. He held her hand and placed it behind her. One hand held her waist and deepened the kiss. Rascal. Yi Zhen looked at him with a reproachful gaze. Li Junqing smiled and hugged her in his arms, kissing her wantonly. As he let go of her, he also held her in his arms and sat down on the sofa at the side. If your father wants to hold a shareholders' meeting, let him hold it. No matter what he wants to do, don't have a direct conflict with him for the time being. Understand? I know. Why would Yi Nanshan look for her? He just wanted to make things difficult for her. Moreover, this idea was most likely related to Yi Jinghan. Last time, she had found Chen Liang, and Yi Jinghan had spent a lot of energy dealing with Chen Liang. In order to take revenge on her, she would definitely take action. Shenzhen. Li Junqing looked at Yi Zhen with a rare serious expression. Other than your father, don't have a direct conflict with your stepmother and the others. It was not convenient for him to accompany her to the shareholders' meeting of the company with his current identity. She was only one person, but the other party had 3 people. I know. His concern warmed her heart. She took the initiative to wrap her arms around his waist and rubbed her little face against it. Don't worry. I won't be impulsive. She didn't have the capital to be impulsive for the time being. Li Junqing looked at the little girl's strong eyes and felt a trace of heartache surge through his heart. This was the little girl he had taken a fancy to. He wanted to protect her in his arms and shield her from all the wind and rain. However, he also knew that the little girl he had taken a fancy to wasn't a daughter flower, but a sunflower that faced the sun. He lowered his head and gently kissed the top of her hair. His sharp gaze looked at an unknown point. If Yi Nanshan's family knew what was good for them, then it would be fine. If they didn't know what was good for them and provoked his little girl, then they couldn't blame him for being rude. Yi Zhen, who didn't understand what Yi Nanshan was up to, made up her mind to deal with the situation. On Friday morning, she appeared at the company's shareholders' meeting on time. She was dressed in a white suit and looked clean and neat. Her shoulder-length hair was neatly combed. She wore a pair of diamond earrings in her ears. When she walked, her hair glowed faintly. As soon as she entered the door, the gazes of the other shareholders present fell on her. Yi Ningyan looked at Yizhen like this, and there was a flash of jealousy in her eyes. However, this kind of emotion only lasted for a moment. After today, Yizhen would be nothing. She would be the eldest daughter of the Yi family. And Yizhen only deserved to be trampled in the mud by her. It wasn't that Yizhen didn't feel Yi Ningyan's gaze. She glanced at her coldly and was sure that today's shareholders' meeting had something to do with Qin Wan and her daughter. She sneered and walked to her seat and sat down. Above her was Yi Nanshan's seat. When he saw his daughter walk in without even greeting him, he couldn't help but feel a bit angry. Qin Wan, who was beside him, quickly patted his shoulder and gave him a look. The anger on Yi Nanshan's face disappeared. Yizhen saw it, and the corners of her lips raised into a mocking smile. Back then, when her mother, Lu Hui, was still managing the company, she often argued with Yi Nanshan, but at that time, she had never seen Yi Nanshan so obedient. Sometimes she thought that maybe Lu Hui really didn't want to listen to Yi Nanshan, but because she was too capable, she suppressed him in all aspects, so he couldn't bear it and went outside to find other women. But now, seeing Yi Nanshan listen to Qin Wan in everything, it really made her feel ironic. It was really ironic. Yi Nanshan didn't give her any more chances. When everyone arrived, he immediately went to the main topic. Today, I invited everyone here for two things. Wait a minute. Yizhen tilted her head, and her eyes fell on Yi Ningyan. Before we get to the main topic, I want to say a few words. We are holding a shareholders' meeting today. So I want to know, what is this person who is not a shareholder doing here? She gently pointed her finger at Yi Ningyan and her daughter. Yizhen. Yi Nanshan's face didn't look good. Of course, Yi Ningyan can be here. In what capacity? She is not a shareholder, and she is not, right? As she spoke, she looked at Qin Wan with a hidden meaning. Qin Wan was not a good person. After entering the family for so many years, on the surface, Yi Nanshan seemed to dote on her. But in fact, apart from the 2 houses and several properties, Qin Wan didn't get a single share of the company's shares. Qin Wan and Yi Ningyan's expressions were quite ugly. Yizhen was quite happy to enjoy the look on the mother and daughter's faces. Shareholders' meeting, naturally, only shareholders can attend. She is not a shareholder, so she has no right to stand here. She is my secretary. I let her in to take the record, can't I? Yi Nanshan was angry. Yizhen nodded. With a look of understanding, he said, all right. But, Dad, if it's to take the record, one person is enough, right? Then the other. Yizhen, don't go too far. Yi Ningyan stood up, her face red. I am Dad's daughter. Why can't I be here? You are my father's daughter. Yizhen smiled. Are you his biological daughter? Of course. Oh. Yizhen suddenly smiled. Dad, she is your biological daughter. Do you also agree? Of course. In Yi Nanshan's eyes, Yi Ningyan was his biological daughter. The smile on Yizhen's face became more and more radiant. Although my mother is no longer here, my grandfather and uncle are still here. Yi Ningyan, you said that you are your father's biological daughter. That means that my father had an affair during his marriage. You want my father to commit bigamy, don't you? Yizhen. Yi Nanshan and the other 2 had ugly expressions, especially Yi Nanshan. Enough. In my heart, Yi Ningyan is almost like my biological daughter. Yizhen, you know that. Why are you picking on the words? Yizhen didn't speak. He sat there with a cold face, but his attitude said it all. The others watched the father and daughter fight. No one spoke up. No one said anything. Yi Nanshan was very angry. He glared at Yizhen with unfriendly eyes. Yizhen knocked on the table. Dad, can you let Miss Yi Ningen leave now? Dad, Yi Ningen was so wrong that she was about to cry. Yi Nanshan's expression didn't look good either. In the end, it was Chen Wan who glanced at her daughter and patted her hand. A little impatience spoils great plans. Yizhen definitely couldn't escape today. Why bother about this kind of thing? I'm here. Ningen, you go out first. Yi Ningen glared at Yizhen. Finally, she stomped her feet and ran out with red eyes. Chen Wan was so angry that she wanted to strangle Yizhen, but she couldn't do it now. She glanced at Yi Nanshan, indicating that he should talk about business. Yi Nanshan also knew that. He suppressed his anger and cleared his throat. Okay, now, there are no unnecessary people waiting. I'll continue. Today, I called everyone here for two things. The first is that I've decided to change the name of the company. Yizhen suddenly looked at Yi Nanshan. He seemed to not notice her gaze and only looked at the other shareholders present. I've thought about it for a long time recently. I've decided to officially change the name of Jianghui Company to Nanshan Corporation. Today, I've asked everyone here to inform you. Jianghui Company was founded by Lu Hui and Yi Nanshan together. In the beginning, it was Yi Nanshan who expressed his determination. The future that he had was given to him by Lu Hui. That was why the company was named Jianghui. Chapter 779. Yizhen glared at Yi Nanshan. She clenched her fists under the table. Mom, did you see that? This is the man you have chosen. After you left, not only did you ignore the daughter you gave birth to, you even brought in a mistress. Even the traces of your existence have been erased. Of the shareholders present, 3 of them had started the business together with him. One was surnamed Jiang, one was surnamed Xin, and one was surnamed Zhang. They looked at each other. Director Jiang looked at the other 2 and found that they were not surprised at all. After thinking for a while, Director Jiang looked at Yi Nanshan. Why did you change your name? Isn't this a little too sudden? No. Yi Nanshan had already made up his mind. I'm making this suggestion very seriously. For the future development of the company, I even specially invited a famous feng shui master in Qingqing to take a look. He said that it would be better to change the name of our company. Just call it Nanshan. As he spoke, he glanced at the other 2. By the way, old Zhang and old Xin have agreed. Ha! Yizhen sneered, the corners of his eyes filled with endless coldness. She was restraining her emotions now. Director Jiang had dealt with Lu Hui many times in the past, and he had seen the company develop well in the past few years. However, he did not expect Yi Nanshan to have such thoughts. What feng shui master? If word of this gets out, I'm afraid those people will have a problem with us. Unlike the other 2, Director Jiang had admired Lu Hui a lot. Lu Hui came from a good family and was very capable. Most importantly, she looked very gentle, but was actually a very strong-willed woman. Perhaps because of the early death of her mother, Lu Hui raised her younger brother Lu Zhishuan single-handedly. There was an air of dominance about her. It would be good for her to expand the company with Yi Nanshan in the future. She could use her strong side to convince the other company and make them believe in her. Let her do the list. Director Jiang could not help but glance at Yizhen. Yizhen's face was pale. This is our company's internal affairs. What opinions do others have? Yi Nanshan was determined. He had made up his mind. Naturally, he would not give them a chance to refuse. What's more, because you all know the reason, I think it's better to change it to Nanshan Limited Nanshan Hill. It'll be loud, and it'll be easier to advertise in the future. Yijin had been holding it in, but when he heard this, he couldn't hold it in any longer. She looked at Yi Nanshan, her biological father. Dad. I would like to ask, what reason do you all know? Can you make it clear? After all, I don't know. Yi Nanshan already knew that Yijin would ask this question, so he didn't feel guilty. Yijin, I know you've always been capricious. But this matter isn't something you can resolve just because you're willful. Yi Nanshan was confident and prepared before he came. Your Uncle Shen and Uncle Zhang have agreed to it. I can't think of any reason for you to object. Ha! Dad. Can you stop evading my question? What do you mean by we all know the reason? Because I really don't know. Yi Nanshan was exasperated. He knew that his daughter was born to collect debts. He was very angry. However, because there were other shareholders present, he had to be patient. Yijin. Dad, you'd better have a good reason to convince me. Otherwise, I have veto power. Yijin, don't be too capricious. Yi Nanshan glared at Yijin. In his heart, this daughter was no different from a debt collector. Am I wrong? Yijin sneered. I have 20% of the shogi company's shares. Although it's not as much as your 45%, I'm a major shareholder of the company. I have the right to refuse your proposal. In the beginning, Lu Hui and Yi Nanshan founded the shogi company together. To show Yi Nanshan's status in the company, Lu Hui divided the 65% of the shares between the two of them according to Yi Nanshan's 35% and her 30%. Later, Lu Hui passed away unexpectedly. Before she died, she gave some of her fixed assets to Yijin and Lu Jixuan. She divided the shares in her hands into two. She gave Yi Nanshan 10% and gave her daughter 20%. Yijin was underage. Lu Hui's original intention was for Yi Nanshan to take good care of his daughter, for the sake of the shares. After all, only with Yijin's 20%. The entire shogi company could be considered the Yi family's. They could also basically control the company in their hands. However, Lu Hui did not expect that not long after she passed away, Yi Nanshan would find a stepmother for Yijin and let her daughter live like Cinderella. Yijin had 20% of the shares. This was Lu Hui's love for her daughter. But it was also something that made Yi Nanshan very unhappy. He would not think that the shares belonged to his wife. It was natural for his wife to give it to her daughter. He only knew that because of Lu Hui's action, he could not completely control the company in his hands. So, he had a disagreement with his daughter. You also know that you only have 20% of the shares. Your Uncle Shen and Uncle Zhang have already agreed. With your 20%, it's useless for you to object. Among the other three major shareholders, Director Zhang's shares were the smallest. So, even if he objected, he could not make any waves. He had the support of Director Shen and Director Zhang. The renaming of the shogi company was already a done deal. Yijin felt a burst of heartache. It was not because of Yi Nanshan's renaming, but because of her poor mother who died young. When her mother died, she was already 13 years old. She was already beginning to understand things and had a very intuitive memory. In her impression, although her mother looked like a strong woman, she was very good to herself, to the family, and to Yi Nanshan. Yi Nanshan was out socializing. When he came back, her mother would definitely personally prepare some hangover tea for him. Yi Nanshan came from an ordinary background. To say ordinary was to praise him. He was a person from a small county who came to Lin City to attend university. According to the current saying, he was a proper phoenix man. Yi Nanshan went to university in Lin City. Lu Manjiang's class happened to be in his major. She did not know why, but he took a fancy to Lu Hui and began to pursue her passionately. This was all told to her by Lu Hui. Yi Nanshan was still very good-looking. He came out of the mountains. He had a good figure and good looks. Most importantly, at that time, Yi Nanshan showed determination, willingness to endure hardships, and attentiveness, which moved Lu Hui. Lu Hui had always taken care of Lu Zhishuan as a sister. She knew that she was the eldest sister and had to bear the responsibility of the family. She had always been strong in front of outsiders. But no matter how strong a woman was, she was also easily moved by a man's gentleness. Later, she met Yi Nanshan. He took good care of her, and Lu Hui was moved. Everyone was not optimistic. One had to know that Lu Manjiang was a famous economics professor. Not to mention in the entire Qing city, he was also famous in the country. This was a marriage that no one was optimistic about, but even though Lu Manjiang strongly opposed it at that time, he did not stop Lu Hui from marrying Yi Nanshan. After marrying Yi Nanshan, of course, the two of them had a very sweet time. The two of them worked hard and started a business together. Since Lu Hui had decided to be with Yi Nanshan and help him start a business, she would do her best. Yi Nanshan and Lu Hui had a very good relationship during that time. Yi Zhen was born at that time. After Yi Zhen was born, Lu Hui wanted to take care of her daughter, and also to improve Yi Nanshan's position in the company. She, who had 30% of the shares, basically gave the home court to Yi Nanshan, except for the shareholders' meeting and important decisions. Who knew that Yi Nanshan began to become arrogant at this time? He could not stand the rumors that they used to say. He could not stand those people saying that he was climbing the ladder and relying on his wife. He could not stand those people looking at him. The inferiority complex in his bones made Yi Nanshan's temper begin to grow. He no longer had the initial patience and care for Lu Hui. He even began to be dissatisfied with the fact that Lu Hui still occupied the position of the company's general manager and always had to go against him. But why would Lu Hui want to go against Yi Nanshan? It was just because Yi Nanshan's heart began to swell. He wanted to expand the company. Under such circumstances, of course, Lu Hui would oppose it. Yi Nanshan did not think so. He only felt that Lu Hui said that she wanted to put him first, but in fact, she was still unwilling to give up power. Yi Zhen remembered that in the next few years, Yi Nanshan and Lu Hui had more and more disputes. He seemed to be more and more impatient to endure his mother. Although she was young, she still remembered. His father complained that Lu Hui was bossing around the company. He said to let him do it, but he did not trust him. Yi Zhen still remembered that every time Yi Nanshan and Lu Hui finished arguing, he would slam the door and leave. And Lu Hui would sit on the sofa in the living room and stare blankly for a long time. At that time, Yi Zhen was still very young. She was still in elementary school. She did not know how to comfort her mother. She could only sit beside Lu Hui and gently hug her mother. At this time, Lu Hui would gently pat Yi Zhen's back and say to her in an indifferent tone, "Your father is not arguing with your mother. Your daddy is not quarreling with mommy. We just have some differences of opinion." Yi Zhen took a deep breath. She thought of the mother in her memory who had been patient and restrained. For the family, for her, she had always given in and endured. Yi Zhen looked at Yi Nanshan. Her lips were tightly pursed. Her whole body appeared to be in a very stiff state. "I'll say it again. I don't agree." Yi Zhen's voice was very sharp. "Dad, don't forget. I have a veto. Your veto is useless." Yi Nanshan had long been prepared for this move by Yi Zhen. If more than 2/3 of the shareholders agree to change the name, it's not something you can just object to. You also. Yi Nanshan looked at Yi Zhen and said the second decision. Because of the negative impact Yi Zhen has brought to the company in the past 6 months, the board of directors has decided to kick Yi Zhen out of the board. At the same time, you will be relieved of all your duties in the company. Yi Zhen clenched her teeth. She was no longer surprised that things had developed to this point. Her usually clear eyes were filled with hostility at this moment. She stared at Yi Nanshan's face. Chairman Yi, may I ask, what negative impact have I brought to the company? At this time, she did not even call him father. For a moment, Yi Nanshan's expression did not look good. He did not look at Yi Zhen. Instead, he turned his face away. You know what you have done. I don't know. Yi Zhen was quite stubborn. Chairman Yi, shouldn't you give me an answer that I am convinced of? Otherwise, I am also someone who has shares in the company. I will not admit it. Your recent actions have affected the company's reputation. Ha! I have affected the company's reputation. Yi Zhen nodded heavily. So, you can use this kind of method to kick me out of the board. What do you mean by kicking? We have followed the normal procedure. Don't forget, we also have this right. Yi Nanshan's words were almost equivalent to a scoundrel. Yi Zhen sneered. He had this right, right? This right was not in Yi Nanshan's hands alone. Her gaze turned to the other 3 shareholders. There was a faint hostility in her eyes. Uncle Shen, Uncle Zhang. She looked coldly at them, the shareholders who had once fought with her mother. Do you also make the same decision? Chairman Shen and Chairman Zhang did not look good. This father-daughter battle had dragged them into it. They were also very helpless. Niece. It's just a name. Actually, it doesn't matter if you change it. Chairman Shen's voice sounded like he was trying to smooth things over. Yi Zhen sneered and turned to look at Chairman Zhang. If it was possible, Chairman Zhang did not want to take this blame. However, since he had benefited from Yi Nanshan, he could only speak up for him. Niece, you see, even if you are no longer on the board, but you still have shares in the company. It's actually not bad to receive dividends every month. That's right. Chairman Shen chimed in. Moreover, why do you work so hard as a girl? Your father's ability is there. With him around, the company will not be in trouble. You get paid every month and don't have to tire yourself out. Isn't that good? Good. This was the company founded by her mother. Why should she leave? Yi Zhen clenched her fists tightly. She felt as if she couldn't breathe. She closed her eyes and finally looked at Chairman Jiang. Uncle Jiang, do you also think that I should be kicked out? That I should leave the company? Chairman Jiang could not bear it. He did not expect that Yi Nanshan would buy over Chairman Zhang and Chairman Shen. He was alone now. Even if he wanted to object, he could not overpower them. Shen Zhen. How about you go home and rest for a few days? This was a euphemistic way of putting it. She said that she would rest for a few days, but how long was not up to Yi Nanshan. If he did not allow her to return to the company, she would not be able to go back either. How could Yi Zhen not understand? If it were any other time, she would have given in. But today, she would not give in. Chairman Yi. What if I can't? Yi Nanshan looked at his daughter's stubborn face. He felt a little conflicted. If possible, he did not want to fall out with Yi Zhen. After all, Yi Zhen still had the Lu family behind her. But who asked Yi Zhen to be so disobedient? While he was struggling, Chen Wan was afraid that he would soften, so she tugged at his sleeve. She thought that no one saw this small action, but Yi Zhen did. Yi Nanshan saw Chen Wan's worried look, and there was only gentleness in her eyes. His heart became cold and hard again. He looked at Yi Zhen and could not help but connect her with the Lu Hui in his memory. That woman was also so domineering and annoying. Yi Zhen, you are still young. Why do you want to embarrass everyone? I am in the company, and there are also your Uncle Shen and Uncle Zhang. Even if you don't trust me, you should trust them. Since the uncles want you to go home and rest, you should listen to me and go home. Yi Zhen was so angry that she almost laughed. She looked at the three shareholders, and then at Yi Nanshan's face, which could be described as a villain intoxicated by success. Chen Wan, who was sitting next to Yi Nanshan, was not in a hurry, nor did she argue. Okay. If you want me to go home and rest, I will go home and rest. But I hope you will not regret it. What do you mean? Are you trying to threaten me? Yi Nanshan was a little guilty at first. But when he was provoked by Yi Zhen's words, his expression changed again. Let me tell you, you are still young. If you do not learn to adapt to circumstances, you will suffer in the future. If you are smart, you should be more sensible. If you are willing to know your place, it is not impossible to let you go back to the company in the future. Yi Zhen did not speak. She stared coldly at Yi Nanshan's face, and finally packed up her things on the table, turned around, and left without looking back. When she reached the door of the meeting room, she suddenly stopped. She turned to look at the other three shareholders. Uncle Shen, Uncle Zhang. I know that my mother has been gone for almost 11 years, and you can't always remember her. But I hope you will not forget. How did this company get to where it is today? What my mother did for this company, and what she sacrificed, you should know better than me. Tea cools when people are gone, that is the norm in society. But what people do, God is watching. I only hope that when you sleep in the middle of the night, you will not be frightened by nightmares. The expressions of the two shareholders, Shen and Zhang, darkened. Director Jiang also lowered his head. It was indeed beneath his status to treat a young girl like this. Yi Zhen, don't try to mislead people with your fallacies. You left because of your own mistake. Don't talk nonsense. Of course, he knew what Lu Hui had done for the company. But when Yi Zhen mentioned it again, not only was Yi Nanshan not moved, he was annoyed. What he hated the most was people saying that he relied on women to get to where he was. Did they really think that he did not know those people who laughed at him behind his back? I know how I left, and you should know it too. Yi Zhen glared coldly at Yi Nanshan and added mercilessly, just like how my mother died. I think you should know it too. Yi Nanshan's face turned green. He looked at Yi Zhen and pointed a finger at her, panting heavily. Yi Zhen did not have time to look at him. She opened the door and glanced coldly at everyone present. She was about to leave, but when she saw the flash of guilt in Chen Wan's eyes, she suddenly stopped. What was Chen Wan feeling guilty about? Chapter 780. Yi Zhen glared at Chen Wan. Her gaze was as sharp as a knife. Chen Wan avoided her gaze and did not look her in the eye. Yi Zhen lowered her eyes. A crazy thought flashed through her mind. This thought made her stare at Chen Wan for a while. Chen Wan was very imposing just now, but now she didn't dare to look her in the eye. She hid behind Yi Nanshan as if escaping. Yi Nanshan saw his daughter's eyes and was immediately dissatisfied. He leaped to his feet and blocked Chen Wan's way. All the decisions today were made by me. It has nothing to do with your aunt. Why are you looking at me like that? Nothing to do with Chen Wan. Yi Zhen pursed her lips into a straight line. She didn't say anything more. She turned around and left. The door of the conference room opened and closed. The people inside looked at each other in silence. Although the three shareholders had joined forces with Yi Nanshan to drive Yizhen away, everyone had a look of shame on their faces. Bullying a little girl like this was really not kind. Yizhen didn't know. She was thinking about something else now. When she went downstairs, she met Yi Jinghan in the hall. She watched Yizhen come out and then looked at Yizhen's face. She couldn't hide the smugness in her eyes. TSK. You got kicked out, right? You can't be proud anymore, can you? You can't be arrogant anymore, can you? Yizhen stopped and looked at Yi Jinghan's smug face. Yi Jinghan usually hated this look of Yizhen's. The more she thought about it, the more she hated it. The more she thought about it, the more she wanted to tear off the mask on Yizhen's face. She took a step forward and sneered. Yizhen, you had the nerve to drive me away just now. Now, you're being driven away too, right? How much better are you than me? Humph, Yi Jinghan. Yizhen looked at her expressionlessly and shouted. First, even if I don't work in the company, I'm still a shareholder of Jianghui. I have 20% of the shares, which means I'm a major shareholder of the company. You can't catch up to me for the rest of your life. Am I wrong? Yizhen looked at her mockingly. Jianghui was founded by my father and mother. My mother gave me the shares. What about you? If you're so capable, ask my father to give you the shares. When you have 20% of the shares in your hands, you can come and bark in front of me again. Bark? Yi Ningen was furious. You called me a dog. Although it was working hours, the lobby was still crowded. She was infuriated by Yizhen. Whoever answers is wrong. Yizhen didn't want to talk to her at all. He walked past her and was about to leave. Yi Ningen, who was scolded and ridiculed, was very angry. He raised his hand to slap Yizhen. Yizhen saw the palm waving to him, quickly reached out to grab her hand, and threw it to Yi Ningen's face. He didn't expect Yizhen to have such a trick up his sleeve. He was slapped in the face. The force was so strong that it made her face turn red on the spot. Yizhen, how dare you hit me? I'm going to hit you. Yizhen said bluntly, if I don't hit you, am I supposed to stand here and let you hit me? Yizhen's hand used a skillful force. The moment he let go, he also pushed Yi Ningen out. She was pushed back 3 or 4 steps. She was wearing high heels again. Her body lost its balance. Yi Ningen lost her balance and fell to the ground just like that. Aw! Yi Ningen let out an aw. Her but hurt from the fall. Not only did it hurt. It was also because she was wearing an A-line skirt today. When she fell, her underwear was exposed. There were delivery boys, people who came to the company for work, and people from the company. They all watched Yi Ningen fall to the ground. Yizhen looked at the black cloth inside, and his eyes couldn't help but be tinged with a smile. Such an embarrassing thing today should be enough for Yi Ningen to keep a low profile for a while. It was good. She could use this time to think about what she was going to do next. Yizhen. I'm going to kill you. Yi Ningen realized that she was exposed and that someone had seen her. She was ashamed and embarrassed. She was going crazy. She wanted to get up and grab Yizhen. However, she was wearing high heels and an A-line skirt, so her movement was not so smooth. The sole of her shoe slipped, and she actually sat back on the ground. With a tearing sound, her skirt was torn. This time, the outside of her thighs was also seen. Yi Ningen stood up angrily. Looking at Yizhen's figure that had already gone far away, she lost her usual demeanor and shouted. Yizhen, I'm going to kill you. Yizhen's people had already left the company. She could still hear the roar from behind her clearly. She walked outside expressionlessly, but her eyes were cold. What was Chen Wan feeling guilty about? After getting into her car, she took out her phone and called Ling Xian. Xinjin. What's wrong? Ling Xian thought she was asking about the recovery of the video. The people I hired are still recovering the data. It's not done yet. Wait a few more days. She was also anxious, but this was really not so easy. It's okay. That's not what I want to talk to you about. Yijin thought of Chen Wan's expression just now, and her palm holding the phone began to tighten. I have another thing I want to ask you for help with. But it may be a little difficult. If you have something to say, just say it. Who am I to you? Yijin looked at the traffic in front of her. Let's talk when we meet. It's not convenient to say it on the phone. Okay. Half an hour later, Ling Xian looked at Yijin sitting opposite her, and her eyes widened. You're not serious, right? I'm serious. Yijin had never thought in that direction before. First of all, her mother's death was not a matter of a day or two. She died of illness. Second, she was still young at that time, and there were some things that she could not remember very clearly. But she still remembered the situation when Lu Hui was sick at that time. She seemed to have suddenly fallen ill. Then, she kept losing weight. At that time, it was said that it was stomach cancer or liver cancer. Later, her body became worse and worse. Even after chemotherapy, she spent less time awake and more time in a coma. At that time, she was too young to think that it was normal for someone who was sick. But now that she thought about it seriously, what if it was not? What if someone poisoned her or used other methods that she could not see to harm her mother? The only thing she was uncertain about now was if her speculation was true. Then did Yi Nanshan know? That scumbag, did he not know anything at all? Or did he also do something when her mother was sick? Yizhen was not sure, but she hoped to know what the situation was like at that time. Chen Wan, Yi Nanshan, what role did they play in her mother's death? She still remembered that time, when she was only 12 years old. After returning home from school, she saw Lu Hui, who was different from usual. That day, her mother seemed to know that she was going to leave. She did not want to stay in the hospital, so she returned from the hospital. In fact, her health was already very poor at that time, but at home, not only did she tidy up the place that needed to be tidied up, she also changed herself into a new set of clothes and even put on makeup. After she finished doing all these things, the lawyer came. She was too young at that time, so she heard the lawyer begin to read the will. Although she was young, she knew what the will meant. She refused to listen. She only wanted her mother to live. But then, her mother finished reading the will and left. At that time, she did not even have time to inform others. In fact, there were signs before. Lu Hui was often in a coma, and her spirit was getting worse and worse. She only found out later that her mother was sick. Yizhen always thought that one day, Lu Hui would recover. But she did not expect that Lu Hui would fall ill, and later, she would leave her completely. Grandpa was not there, uncle was not there, and Yi Nanshan was not there either. She just watched Lu Hui say everything she wanted to say. Then, she said sorry to her. She said that she could not be with her anymore. Then, she passed away in her mother's cries. Yizhen closed her eyes and suppressed the sourness in her eyes. She looked at Ling Xian and gripped her hand tightly. I know that my suspicion is unreasonable. But my mother has always been in good health. Now that I think about it, her illness and her reaction to her getting worse and worse are all problems. Ling Xian, you may say that I am too subjective. But now, I really have reason to suspect that my mother's death might have something to do with my stepmother. Yizhen. Ling Xian knew that Yizhen had gone to the shareholders' meeting today. She had also heard about what had happened before. Have you ever thought that it might be because you were provoked today? Or maybe it's because your stepmother instigated your father to kick you out of the board of directors, so you feel that she feels guilty? No. It's not that. Yijin knew that she had no evidence. But she did not rely on evidence, but on intuition. When I mentioned my mother's death, Chenwan's eyes flashed with guilt. If she had nothing to do with my mother's death, why would she feel guilty? Then is it possible that she stole your father and caused your mother's early death, so she feels guilty? Ling Xian. Yijin raised her head and looked at her face seriously. Do you believe me? The sincerity in his eyes made it impossible for Ling Xian to reject him. I really lost to you. Alright, I'll help you check. Ling Xian, I know that it's been a long time. I also know that after such a long time, even if there is any evidence, I'm afraid that I won't be able to find it. But I can't accept it. My intuition tells me that my stepmother is not innocent. It was a thought that became clearer and clearer as she recalled the past. She had reason to suspect, reason to question, and reason to investigate. Even if in the end it was proven that her guess was just because of her prejudice against Chenwan. But at least she investigated. She did not let down her conscience, nor did she let down her mother's spirit in heaven. If she did not do it, she would definitely regret it. If one day she had the chance to see her mother again, what would she tell her? Your lover might have killed you, and your choice was wrong from the beginning. No, it was useless to say that. Only by finding out the real reason, no matter what it was, could she face her mother with peace of mind. Ling Xian looked at her friend and reached out to pat the back of her hand. Jinjin, don't worry. I will definitely help you find out Jinmu's motive. If her suspicion was true, if Chenwan was really suspicious, then there would definitely be something left behind. Thank you. Why are you being so polite with me? Ling Xian rolled her eyes. Alright, if you really want to thank me, you can treat me tonight. Okay. Yijin did not object. She had no sisters since she was a child, and her mother died early. In her heart, Ling Xian was almost like her own sister. With Ling Xian's company, Yijin temporarily forgot about Chenwan's suspicions. However, when she returned to Li Junqing's apartment and sorted out the timeline of that year, as well as the timeline of Yi Nanshan and Chenwan meeting, the seed of suspicion couldn't help but start to grow again. Looking at the doubtful points and time points that she had written on the paper, she fell into a low mood. When Li Junqing returned home, he saw Yijin like this. His hands were wrapped around his knees, and his chin was resting on his knees. His entire body emitted a strong gloomy aura. Li Junqing frowned slightly. Without even changing his shoes, he walked straight to the sofa and hugged her. What's wrong? He knew that she went to the shareholders' meeting today. What happened? She really didn't look right now, and she didn't look good. His eyes were filled with concern. Yizhen was already very familiar with his scent. The moment he hugged her, she also wrapped her arms around his waist. She rubbed her face against his chest and hugged Li Junqing tightly with both hands. Something was wrong. Li Junqing had never seen Yizhen like this before. Jinjin. Uncle. Yizhen removed his surname. She almost greedily smelled his scent. That familiar male scent made her gloominess dissipate a lot. Uncle, I feel so bad. She could tell. However, he asked, what happened? Yizhen shook her head. She didn't know what to say. When she was facing Ling Xian, she could say it very smoothly and naturally. But when she was facing Li Junqing, she hesitated for a moment. How was she going to tell him? She was so confident before. But in the blink of an eye, she was kicked out of the board of directors. She was kicked out of the planning department and left her current position. Most importantly, how was she going to tell him that she suspected that her mother's death wasn't simple? And the person who killed her mother, besides her stepmother, could it be her father? Her mind was a little confused. She couldn't say those words, so she could only hug him tightly. Jinjin. Li Junxing couldn't bear to see her like this. He hugged her higher and wanted her to look at him. At this moment, Yizhen raised his head and kissed his lips. He kissed her passionately, with some eagerness. Her movements weren't as skilled as his. It was a little clumsy and a little stiff. She had never done such a thing before. Everything between the two of them seemed to be dominated by him, and he was the one who took the initiative. This was rare for her to take the initiative. But she just wanted to do it. At this moment, she didn't seem to have any other thoughts other than doing this. Jinjin. Li Junxing seemed to know what she was going to do. He didn't think he was in the mood to do such a thing at this time. He also didn't think that Yizhen was in the mood to do such a thing at this time. He went to pull her hand, wanting to stop her. What the hell happened? Don't ask. Yizhen straightened her body and kissed his lips again. She was a very smart student. She would use what he had taught her and apply it to him. Her bright red lips pecked his again and again. She wanted him to let go. Li Junxing pursed his lips into a straight line. He went to hold her shoulder and made her look at him. Tell me, what happened? Uncle. Yizhen gently grabbed his hand and wrapped it around her waist. I feel uncomfortable. Jinjin, if you give it to me, I shouldn't feel uncomfortable anymore. She kissed him again. This time, she kissed his chin, and his Adam's apple, Li Junxing's body stiffened. The Yizhen in front of him obviously didn't want to maintain her rationality. But he still had his rationality. Jinjin, don't be like this. If she felt uncomfortable, he could use other methods, but not like this. It's okay. Yizhen raised her trembling eyes and looked at Li Junxing in front of her. He was very thin, but he had a rather strong chest. Although he should have been sitting in the office often. But his skin was a healthy wheat color. It was elastic and full of luster. Further down, she knew that there were well-proportioned and tight chest muscles. They didn't look thin because they were too thin. She pulled at his clothes, looking clumsy and jerky because she didn't know how to do it. She couldn't untie a few buttons for a long time. Instead, she wrinkled his clothes because she was in a hurry. Li Junxing finally had a smile on his face. Little idiot, you can't take it off like this. Yizhen was a little embarrassed. Her hand was still on the button on his chest. You take it off yourself. Li Junxing chuckled. Yes, sir. His movements were much faster than hers. In a few seconds, he got rid of the restraints on his body. Yizhen blushed a little when she saw his strong chest. However, she still hugged him stubbornly. Uncle, give it to me. At this moment, Yizhen was as obedient as a kitten. Li Junxing's heart softened. He sat on the sofa, reached out, and picked her up. He put her in his arms. Okay. I'll give it to you. This time, it was his turn to kiss her. Yizhen responded passionately and felt his gentle kiss. She gradually lost herself. Whether it was being kicked out of the board of directors or losing her position. Including her doubts about the cause of her mother's death. All of this became blurry because of his kiss. At this moment, she didn't want to think about anything. She just wanted to feel him and this man's gentleness. Those troubles, those feelings that made her uncomfortable, seemed to have been soothed by his actions. Uncle, her voice was filled with attachment. It rang in the living room over and over again. The soft sofa became a hotbed of love. Other than Yizhen, Li Junxing was also oblivious. A different place would bring about a different experience. And Yizhen's rare initiative made him a little more excited than before. Xinjin. Xinjin, he called her name and demanded it over and over again. She responded passionately and catered to it again and again. As her body got closer, her heart also got closer. No matter how hot the passion was, there would come a time when it would fade. No matter how crazy the entanglement was, there would come a time when it would stop. The temperature in the living room dropped. Yizhen didn't want to move, nor did she have the strength to move. The environment around her was a mess, but Yizhen didn't care about it. Li Junxing hugged her and gently kissed her on the hair. "Are you feeling better?" Yizhen didn't answer his question. She just rubbed her face against his chest. Chapter 781. There must be some decisions related to Yizhen going to the shareholders' meeting. What exactly was it? What did Yi Nanshan do? There was a flash of gloominess in the depths of Li Junxing's eyes. His little girl had been bullied. This made him very unhappy. Even if the person who bullied her was her father, he wouldn't allow it. Xinjin. Li Junxing's voice was seductive as his palm gently caressed her back. Yizhen didn't say anything. She pressed her face against his chest and listened to his heartbeat. His heartbeat was very steady, and the extremely rhythmic sound made her feel a lot more at ease. She had just experienced an extremely tiring and exhausting exercise. She was lazy now. She didn't want to move or speak. She didn't speak, and he didn't rush her. His strong hand gently caressed her back and patted it from time to time. She was as obedient as a kitten and allowed him to pat her back. Slowly, because of his movements, she became sleepy. Li Junxing didn't wait for her to speak. He couldn't help but kiss her on the head. "You don't want to say it." He could find out, but he wanted to hear her say it herself. Yizhen's eyes had already closed. It wasn't that she didn't want to say it now, but she didn't know where to start. "Uncle, I really felt bad just now." And he could tell that the low pressure made him feel it as soon as he entered the door. "Uncle, I've lost today." She didn't need Li Junxing's response. She just wanted to say, "My dad said that he wanted to hold a shareholders' meeting, and then he called a few shareholders to the company. Did you know? Those people used to follow my mom. No, they followed my parents to start a business. When she was young, Uncle Shen, Uncle Zhang, and Uncle Jiang, which one of them didn't hug her? Which one of them didn't say that they would take good care of her after her mother passed away? And then Yizhen thought of the previous scene, and her heart began to twitch uncomfortably again. She held it in. However, the hands around his waist tightened. "Uncle Li, do you know how our company got its name?" "Jiang Hui." Li Junxing wasn't sure. "Is there any special meaning?" "Jiang is the future. Hui is my mother's name, Lu Hui." Yizhen's eyes were still closed, but she found that her mood was much better than before. Thinking of the person who had calmed her down, her voice became softer. "What the Shogun Company means is, everything that Yi Nanshan would have in the future was given to him by Lu Hui. That was why the company was called Shogi. It also means that the company will get better and better. Not a bad name." "Thank you, I also think that this is a very good name." For a long time, she had been full of pride whenever she introduced Jiang Hui Company. This was the company founded by her parents, and they witnessed the love of her parents. Ha! Now, it seemed that all that was left was sarcasm. His mother's love was real, but Yi Nanshan's love was not. "Today, I will attend the shareholders' meeting. My dad suddenly said that he wanted to change the name of the company." "Name change?" "Yes. Change your name." In fact, with the company's current development, there was no need for a name change. But why would Yi Nanshan do this? He just wanted to make things difficult for her. He said that he wanted to change the name of the company to Nanshan and invited a feng shui master to take a look. Don't you think it's ridiculous? Yijin didn't wait for him to speak and laughed first. Because it was really too funny. However, as she laughed, tears flowed out of her eyes. She lowered her head and buried her face in Li Juanqing's chest. Her heart was very uncomfortable, as if it was being pricked by needles. Obviously, I've loved her before. She didn't understand, she really didn't understand. She hugged Li Juanqing, not letting him see the tears in her eyes. He was the one who desperately pursued my mother back then. He was the one who begged my mother to marry him. How can he be so heartless? Why can he marry another woman less than half a year after his wife passed away? Why can he let his new wife make things difficult for his ex-wife's child? Why? She really couldn't understand. Li Juanqing felt the wetness on his chest. The little girl's tears almost scalded his chest. He gently lifted her body up, lifted her chin, and looked at her tearful face. He lowered his head and kissed her eyes gently. Her tears were kissed away bit by bit. Don't think about it. Some people's thoughts couldn't be understood by others. How could she not think about it? Yijin blinked her eyes and suppressed the feeling of wanting to cry. Uncle, do you know? I really don't understand. I can't figure it out either. Why did he do this? How did my mother let her down? Except for the last half a year, my mother was sick and couldn't manage the company anymore. Most of the time, my mother was a very powerful woman. Whether it was at home or at the company, she could arrange everything in an orderly manner. Yes. Li Juanqing patted her back. I believe that auntie is a very good woman. Yes. To me, she is the best and most gentle mother in the world. Unfortunately, good people don't live long. Yijin thought about her speculation during the day and closed her eyes. She hugged Li Juanqing tightly, as if she was hugging the last bit of warmth. At this moment, she was very glad that he was by her side. Do you want to do anything? Li Juanqing believed that Yijin wouldn't be a girl who would admit defeat just like that. She should already have a plan. Yijin shook her head. I have a lot of things I want to do, but now, I have the most important thing. Before that matter, she could only endure it. Li Juanqing frowned and looked at Yijin's disheartened expression. Do you want to admit defeat? No. Yijin's expression was firm. I can't admit defeat. The company is mine. I won't let the company fall into the hands of that mother and daughter. Yi Nanshan's share was his, so she could forget about it. But she definitely wouldn't give her mother's share to Yi Nanshan. She didn't want Yi Nanshan to give her share to Yi Jinhao one day. Yi Nanshan didn't have any feelings for her daughter, but his feelings for Yi Jinhao were real. It was ridiculous to think about it. What era was it? Her good father actually valued boys over girls. He thought that boys were the ones to inherit the family business, and girls would always marry into someone else's family. What was even more ridiculous was that it was because of Lu Hui that he had such thoughts. Lu Hui was devoted to him. She even had a big fight with her father and brother because Lu Manjiang didn't agree to her marrying Yi Nanshan. Although Lu Hui insisted and married Yi Nanshan, there was still a rift between her father and brother. However, Yi Nanshan, a man who gave so much to her, felt that no matter how much he gave to his daughter, it would still be for someone else's family. How ridiculous. How ironic. Yijin felt more and more uncomfortable. She hugged Li Juanqing tightly. Her eyes were red, and there were tears in her eyes. She sniffed and shook her head. Uncle, I'm fine. She only allowed herself to be vulnerable for a while and feel uncomfortable for a while. After calming down, she still had to do what she had to do. Li Junxing kissed her forehead. She looked up at him, as if she didn't understand. If you want to cry, then cry. It doesn't matter. With him, in his arms, she could do whatever she wanted. Yijin didn't say anything. She didn't want to cry anymore. It's useless to cry. I won't cry. I'll smile. I want to smile and look at them. The final result. She was very strong. In the past, such a strong girl would make Li Junxing admire her. Now, his heart just ached. What do you want to do? Tell me. Even if it wasn't convenient for him to do some things, it didn't mean that he couldn't do them. Yijin shook her head and looked at Li Junxing. Uncle, thank you. But it doesn't matter. I can do what I want to do myself. Are you going to be polite with me? I'm not being polite. Yijin suddenly smiled bitterly. I know what I can do. But I don't want to do it. What she could do now was to get the partner company to stop 2 projects that were about to be drawn. But this way, it would be no different from killing 1,000 enemies and losing 800 people. She didn't want to do such a thing. It was true that the company belonged to Yi Nanshan, but it also belonged to Lu Hui. She didn't say the meaning of her words clearly, but Li Junxing understood what she meant and hugged her even tighter. He pressed his chin against her hair and gently rubbed it. It's okay. His voice was very soft. If your mother is in heaven, she will understand you. Really? Yijin's voice was a little bitter. She looked up at Li Junxing. Really? Yes. Li Junxing nodded. Your mother won't blame you, and I believe that she will support you. If Lu Hui was still alive and she knew that her beloved daughter had been treated like this by her biological father after she passed away, she would probably die with a grievance, right? Yijin was silent, as if she had made up her mind. She looked up at Li Junxing. I have 2 projects on hand that I was following up on myself. Since my father has made me a figurehead, I should have a reason. Let the other party stop the project, right? Of course. Li Junxing unconditionally supported any decision Yijin made. Yijin fell into deep thought. She already had an idea about what to do next. However, she didn't tell Li Junxing about her investigation into Lu Hui's death. Deep in her heart, she hoped to preserve a little dignity for herself, even if such dignity looked a little ridiculous. In the end, Yijin couldn't hold it in. She directly informed the partner company to stop the 2 cases that she was in charge of. In addition, she informed President Ning. The cooperation with President Ning was one of the most important cooperation of the year for the company. After discussing it with President Ning, she told him her thoughts. Putting aside the fact that President Ning knew that she might have a relationship with Li Junxing, he would definitely give her face. Even if it was just for Lu Zhishuan's sake, he would agree. After doing all this, Yijin began the next step of the plan. Before she returned to the company, she could still relax for a while. When Li Junxing returned home, he smelled the aroma of food. He was a little surprised. He followed the aroma into the kitchen and saw the figure busy in front of the kitchen counter. Today, Yijin called him and told him to go home early if there was nothing else. He thought that she wanted him to come back early and go out to eat with her. He didn't expect that she would actually cook herself. When Yijin brought out the dishes, he went forward and put his arm around her waist. I didn't expect you to know how to cook. You're so virtuous. There are still many things you didn't expect. Yijin patted the back of his hand. Go wash your hands first. When I bring out the soup, we can eat. Okay. Li Junxing kissed her on the cheek and went to wash his hands. Yijin brought the food to the table. She was very free today and even made soup. Come, try it. I started stewing the soup in the afternoon. It should taste good. She scooped a bowl of soup for Li Junxing. However, I only know how to make simple ones. I don't know how to make complicated ones. Winter melon and pork rib soup. Li Junxing tasted it. It was indeed good. It couldn't be compared to a chef, but at least it was very sweet. Yes. Very good. Not bad, right? Although I haven't cooked for a long time. But I still remember how to do it. Li Junxing saw the smugness in her eyes and was a little curious. How do you know how to cook? With the Yi family's conditions, someone should be able to do these things. Yijin sat down after scooping some soup for herself. Her expression was cold. Half a year after my mother passed away, my father often didn't come home. My mother didn't come home, and my father didn't come back. I was bored after doing my homework every day, so I could only stay with the servants at home. The nanny was called Sister Xiao. She was the person my mother was looking for. My mother was no longer around, so she took good care of me. She was afraid that I would feel uncomfortable being alone, so she let me watch from the side when she was cooking. After a long time, I watched for a while. By the way, Sister Xiao is from the south. That's why the dishes today aren't made by Qingqing. Li Junxing could tell. Northerners wouldn't cook like that. Actually, that half a year was fine. Later, my father married Chen Wan. Chen Wan was pregnant at that time. She lost her appetite, so she started to pick on Sister Xiao. Chen Wan said that Sister Xiao's cooking wasn't delicious. Once, she deliberately pulled out a strand of hair from the rice and said that it was Sister Xiao's. She said that Sister Xiao wanted to harm her. Then, Yi Nanshan fired Sister Xiao. Actually, she just found out that Sister Xiao took good care of me, so she hated Sister Xiao. Li Junxing was stunned. He hadn't expected such a reason at all. She also knew that if she went too far, she would attract gossip. Besides, my uncle and grandfather were there. Whether it was her or my father, they couldn't deal with me in life. So, she could only do these little things. She had shares in the shogi company, which was the property that Lu Hui had left her. She didn't lack money, but she lacked friends and love. Yijin discovered it not long after Chen Wan entered the door. The nanny, the gardener, and even the driver were all there. As long as those people took care of her slightly better, Chen Wan would pick on their mistakes, fire them, and hire new people. That way, the people who worked in the Yi family would only side with Chen Wan and her daughter. She, on the other hand, had become invisible. Actually, I've thought about moving to my grandfather's house. I'll definitely be happier with my grandfather and uncle than with the Yi family. Yijin saw the bottom of the soup in her hand. She got up and scooped some rice for herself. But I thought about it. Why should I? Why should I leave? If I really have to leave, it should be them. Your stepmother, Li Junxing frowned, and a murderous look flashed through his eyes. It's fine. She actually doesn't dare to do anything to me. Yijin smiled. Yi Nanshan is a person who cares about his reputation. I eat and sleep as usual. They still have to take care of me, but they usually give me a hard time. It doesn't matter. Li Junxing put down the bowl in his hand and reached out to hold her hand. He didn't say anything, but there was obvious heartache in his eyes as he looked at her. I'm really fine. Look at me. Aren't I alive and well? Yijin looked carefree. Those people aren't people I care about anyway, so I don't feel bad at all no matter how they treat me. The most uncomfortable thing was Yi Nanshan's attitude towards her. In the past, Yijin had also felt very hurt. She was too young at that time and didn't quite understand. Her mother had just passed away. How did it develop to the point where not only was her mother gone, but even her father was gone? Later, Chenwan and the others entered the door. Yi Nanshan could only see Chenwan. Especially after Chenwan gave birth to Yi Jinhao, to Yi Nanshan, his son became the most important person. Chenwan also became Yi Nanshan's favorite because of her son. Even Yi Ningen, who was sweet and knew how to please people, was valued by Yi Nanshan. If there was a stepmother, there would be a stepfather. As the child left behind by his ex-wife, she naturally became the least valued one. Li Junqing felt a little uncomfortable. He got up and walked behind Yijin, gently hugging her. He didn't say anything, but his arms around her were a little tight. "I'm really fine." Yijin was slightly touched by his actions. She put down her chopsticks and turned around to hug Li Junqing's waist. "You don't have to comfort me. I'm already past that stage." She no longer needed Yi Nanshan's fatherly love. She was already mature enough to solve all the problems she encountered in life by herself. "I'm not comforting you." Li Junqing turned his head and kissed her on the lips. "I just want to hug you." Yijin rubbed her face against his chest and buried her head in his chest. Her voice was very soft. "I know. You want to take advantage of me." Li Junqing raised his hand and rubbed the top of her head, messing up her hair. "This is taking advantage of me. Then I should let you see what it means to take advantage of me tonight." Yijin's ears were a little red, and her voice was muffled. "Yes, isn't that taking advantage of me? Okay, let's eat." She came back to her senses from the atmosphere and gently pushed him. "Okay, let's eat." Uncle Li, Mayor Li, who was suddenly despised, was speechless. It seemed like he had to let her know how powerful he was tonight. When Yijin came out of the department store, she realized that she was being followed. At first, she thought it was her imagination. She carried the spoils of war in her hand and continued walking forward. Chapter 782. Yizhen was still carrying a few shopping bags in her hands. It was about a 15-minute walk from where she parked her car. She took the opportunity to look at the boutique on the street to see who was following her through the glass window. After noticing that she had stopped, the other party also stopped and turned around. She could only see his back. Yizhen frowned slightly. Where had he seen that figure before? Unsure, Yizhen continued walking forward. The people behind him followed suit. Yizhen looked at the people behind him and quickened his pace. But in his heart, he began to guess who was following her. A few days ago, after the shareholders' meeting, Yizhen made a big fuss and asked several companies to stop working with him. To her, if the cooperation project was cancelled, they could still discuss it again. But the premise was that she could continue to stay in the company. She didn't think it was too much to teach Yi Nanshan and Chen Wan a lesson in this way. CEO Ning was the first to make things difficult, explaining that the cooperation back then was for Yizhen's sake. Since Yizhen could not continue to be in charge of their cooperation, the cooperation could be dismissed. If they wanted to continue working together, they could only let Yizhen continue to be in charge of the cooperation. With Mr. Ning taking the lead, the other two companies did the same. Yizhen believed that if Yi Nanshan really cared about the company, he would ask her to go back. But she also guessed that Yi Nanshan was determined to kick her out of the company. Losing a few cooperation cases was nothing. If she only relied on this, there was no way she could defeat Yi Nanshan. On the contrary, it might make Yi Nanshan hate her more. Yizhen and Yi Nanshan had already reached the point of shedding all pretense of cordiality. She did not care what Yi Nanshan thought. Yi Nanshan must have felt the same. So, Yi Nanshan was the one who sent people to follow her. Yi Zhen immediately rejected the idea. Yi Nanshan had kicked her out of the company, so he must know that she wouldn't just give up and let him do whatever he wanted without fighting back. If it wasn't Yi Nanshan, then it was either Qin Wan or her mother. What were they trying to do? She thought of how she embarrassed Yi Ningen in the company last time. With Yi Ningen's personality, she would definitely think of revenge. She stopped in front of a men's clothing store. He took another look through the glass window, and the man turned his back again. TSK. His tracking skills were really bad. With such bad skills, he still had the nerve to come out and track me. Yi Zhen rolled his eyes and entered the men's clothing store. After entering, he took out his phone to text Ling Xian while he was picking out his clothes. At the same time, he kept his eyes on the outside. The man turned around, but he was wearing a mask and sunglasses. Therefore, he still couldn't see the other party's appearance clearly. Yi Zhen was not in a hurry. This place was very close to Ling Xian's house. With Ling Xian around, she just had to wait quietly for the results. Wrap it up for me. She picked out 2 sets of clothes for Li Junxing. When she was done, she took a look outside when she paid the bill. That person was gone. At the same time, her phone rang. It was Ling Xian. Xinjin. Yes. He ran away. Yi Zhen's expression froze. He ran away. Yes, when my men went to catch him, they discovered that he had run away. Ling Xian's voice contained a hint of annoyance. That man is quite vigilant. When he realized that someone was coming, he quickly ran away. There were many people and cars on the road, so he picked a taxi and fled. Yi Zhen didn't say anything, but he confirmed his guess from the side. Next time, I'll definitely catch him. Ling Xian was a little angry. Her family had some gray businesses. Although the Ling family wasn't like the Zhan family, who came from the underworld, they also had many subordinates. If Yi Zhen wanted to trouble her, as long as it wasn't too difficult, she would help him solve it. However, she didn't expect that this time, when she wanted to catch him, he ran away. How could she not be angry? It's okay, there's no hurry. Yi Zhen thought more than she did. Whether or not it was sent by Qin Wan and her daughter, since the other party had made a move, it wouldn't be as simple as following her. There must be a backup plan. Xinjin, I don't mean to say this, but be careful when you go out next time. How about? I'll let A Chang and the others follow you. Ling Xian had some bodyguards at home, and they were very skilled. With someone protecting Yi Zhen, she felt more at ease. No need, I'm fine. Anyway, I won't go to dangerous places. If I really need you, I'll call you. Yi Zhen comforted Ling Xian a few more words before hanging up. As soon as she got home, Yi Nanshan called again. Yi Zhen, did you ask President Ning and the others to stop the cooperation project? How can you do this? Who gave you the right to do this? Who allowed you to do this? The barrage of accusations made Yi Zhen speechless. With such a father, she really didn't know what to say. Dad, you might be mistaken about one thing. The person they wanted to cooperate with was me. Since I'm no longer a member of the company, there's naturally no reason for me to work for the company, right? How can you be so vicious? Yi Nanshan was furious. Other things were fine, but President Ning's case involved a huge amount of money. How could he be willing to lose just like that? Dad, I'm vicious. You've already suspended my position and kicked me out of the board of directors. Why should I still think about it? Yi Nanshan was furious. Hurry up and call me. Let President Ning and the others continue to cooperate with the company. Sorry, I'm no longer a member of the company. Yi Zhen. Yi Nanshan was furious. If his daughter was in front of him, he might have slapped her twice. Why aren't you a member of the company? Don't you still have shares in the company? Do you want to see the company go wrong? It's just 1 or 2 orders, and it will seriously affect the company to the point of going wrong. Then you're really useless as the chairman. Yijin sneered, not giving Yi Nanshan any face at all. Besides, isn't it better if the company goes wrong? Anyway, you're going to change the name of the company. It won't be called Jianghui Company anymore. It will have nothing to do with my mother. If there's really a prime minister, I'll sell all the shares under my name. It'll be just nice. I can live a carefree life. In this way, I'll still make a profit. Yijin, you unfilial daughter, how dare you? If you dare to sell the company's shares, do you believe that I won't beat you to death? I do. Yijin nodded. Is there anything you can't do? Just do it for me. I can also gain some knowledge. I want to see how ruthless a father can be to his own daughter. Rebellious daughter, you rebellious daughter. Yi Nanshan was furious and wanted to scold her a few more times. Yijin wasn't someone who would obediently let him scold her, so she hung up the phone without thinking. When she turned around, she realized that Li Junxing had come back. He might have been back for a while, and she didn't know how much he had heard. He stood behind her with a frown. You're back. Yijin had been shopping all day today, but she hadn't started cooking yet. I'll go cook. Li Junxing grabbed her hand. He looked at her with a serious expression. Did your father cause trouble for you again? Not really. It was just scolding her a few times. It wasn't much trouble at all. He's just very angry. I asked President Ning to stop the cooperation with the company and asked me to call President Ning. Li Junxing's brows furrowed tightly. If your father causes trouble for you, you must tell me. Don't worry, it won't happen. Even if there is, I can handle it. Her uncle called her today, but she didn't say a word. She didn't want him to know that she was with Li Junxing. He just happened to hear her on the phone, so he said it. All right, he's my biological father after all. Even a tiger won't eat its cubs. If he likes to scold me, let him scold me. She just ignored him. Li Junxing's expression didn't look too good. He thought about his previous plan. Xinjin, do you want to carry out our plan in advance? I think now is a good time. Yizhen was stunned for a moment. Thinking of what Li Junxing had said before, she nodded. Okay, now is indeed a good time. Although the painting company might be affected, she believed that after this storm passed, she would let the company recover. Li Junxing wrapped his arms around her waist and lowered his head to smell the fragrance of her hair. Don't worry, I'll help you. Thank you, Uncle Li. Although there were some things that she would learn to solve and deal with even without Li Junxing, because of Li Junxing's presence, she felt much more at ease. Silly girl. Li Junxing flicked her forehead and smiled when he saw the little girl glaring at him in dissatisfaction because of his actions. Let's go. Let's go eat. I haven't done it yet. I don't need you to do it. Li Junxing's expression suddenly turned serious. Xinjin, you're my girlfriend. You are my girlfriend. I am with you because I like you. I don't need you to do anything for me. If I want to cook and clean up the house, I'll naturally hire someone to do it. But I don't need you to do that. Yizhen was stunned for a moment. She didn't really want to rush to do housework and cook, but now that she didn't go to work, it seemed that she was a little too idle. Okay. I got it. She would remember his care for her. He wrapped his arms around her neck. Yizhen's voice was very soft. Thank you. Uncle Li, if you really want to thank me, call me hubby. Yizhen blushed. I'm hungry. Let's go eat. The two of them hadn't been together for long, but they had a lot of tacit understanding. However, Yijin really felt strange about changing the way she addressed him. Whether it was calling him Junxing or hubby, she felt that it was too intimate. It was so intimate that she wasn't used to it. She didn't call him that, so Li Junxing didn't force her. Instead, he took Yijin out to eat. Qing City, night bar. Your subordinates are really useless. Yi Ningguan sat in the private room and looked at Chen Liang with a flash of disdain in her eyes. They can even lose track of someone. Chen Liang didn't expect that Yijin looked so young, but she was so vigilant. I was careless. However, your sister seems to have someone helping her. Oh. My people followed your sister today and found out that not only did she know that someone was following her, but she also called 2 people over. According to the description of her subordinates, the 2 people looked like they were trained. They believed that they were good at martial arts. Yi Ningguan sat there and didn't say anything. She wasn't surprised that someone was helping Yijin. Who was Li Junxing? He was the mayor of a city. If he didn't even have this little ability, how could he sit in that position? She knew it in her heart, but her expression still didn't look good. Damn it, Yijin was so lucky. Not only did her dead mother leave her shares to her, she could also get together with a high-quality man like Li Junxing. It would be great if Li Junxing could hate Yijin. Or if Li Junxing was seduced by another woman. If that was the case, Yijin wouldn't have anything to rely on. Good sister. Chen Liang couldn't bear to see Yi Ningguan frown. Don't be angry. I didn't think it through this time. I'll personally take action tomorrow. I'll kidnap your sister, take a video of her, and send it to Li Junxing. I believe that the mayor won't want your sister anymore. Without Li Junxing, she believed that Yijin wouldn't be able to do anything by herself. Moreover, her reputation would be ruined by then. Which man would want a woman with a ruined reputation? Chen Liang told her his plan. Yi Ningguan thought it was a good idea, but she thought of something else. No, not only do I have to take a video of her, but I also have to feed her medicine and make her beg a man to sleep with her like a slut. I have to make her lose her reputation in the entire Qing city. Only then can I dispel the hatred in my heart. Okay. Whatever you say. Chen Liang patted Yi Ningguan's shoulder. As he patted her, his hands started to become dishonest. Good sister, I've helped you like this. I've committed a crime. You can't just let me do it for free, can you? Yi Ningguan's body stiffened. She didn't dare to move. After thinking for a long time, she raised her head and looked at Chen Liang. Brother Liang, I'm afraid. She still needed Chen Liang to do things for her. She couldn't defend him now. What are you afraid of? Don't worry, I'll be gentle. As Chen Liang spoke, he pressed Yi Ningguan down on the sofa. Yi Ningguan was scared to death. She placed her hands on Chen Liang's chest. Brother Liang, this is my first time. You're not going to make me give it to you here, are you? Chen Liang's eyes were filled with surprise and surprise. He kissed Yi Ningguan on the lips, and his voice became lighter. Good sister, this is your first time. Of course, we can't do it here. Let's go. I'll take you to a hotel. He got up and pulled Yi Ningguan up. He took her to a room. Yi Ningguan didn't even have time to regret it. Speaking of which, this wasn't her first time. She had been in a relationship in college before. He was a very handsome man whose appearance was quite deceiving. However, at that time, she thought that she had found a rich husband, but she didn't know that he was actually a phoenix man. After realizing that she had been deceived, Yi Ningguan broke up with him. However, because she was confused, she was coaxed by the man into having sex with him. It was too late to regret it later. Therefore, after Yi Ningen broke up, she went for a repair surgery. However, even if it wasn't her first time, Yi Ningen didn't want to give her body to a man like Chen Liang. He was vulgar and not as good as the Phoenix Man from before. At least that Phoenix Man had a face. He was handsome. But what did Chen Liang have? At this point, it was too late for Yi Ningen to regret it. An hour later, she appeared in the hotel with Chen Liang. Yizhen didn't know that someone was planning to deal with her. All her energy was now focused on how to take back the company. The first step was to return to the board of directors. To fight for her legal rights. The second step. Naturally, it was to return to the company. However, the difficulty of the second operation should be a little easier. After she hung up on Yi Nanshan, he was quiet for another 2 days. However, very soon, his call came again. This time, his attitude at the beginning was much better. Yizhen, what do I have to do for you to let President Ning work with my company again? If Yi Nanshan could, he wouldn't want to beg Yizhen at all. However, he didn't know why. In the past 2 days, there were many companies who said that they wanted to terminate the partnership. 2 of them were even willing to pay the liquidated damages and terminate the partnership with Shogi Company. Of course, Yi Nanshan didn't think that it was a coincidence. The only thing he could think of was that these things should be Yizhen's doing. It must be Yizhen who wanted to take revenge on him. That was why he made such a scene. Dad. I've already said that I'm not a part of the company now. Why should I let President Ning work with our company? Yi Nanshan was very angry, but he also knew that his daughter was no longer under his control. After thinking about it, he suppressed the hatred and anger in his heart. Yizhen, don't you just want to go back to the company? Okay, I'll let you go back to the company. You can still continue to be the leader of the planning department. How about it? Now, can you let President Ning and the others continue to work with the company? Dad, who doesn't know how to talk? How do I know that after I go back to the company, you won't take away my authority and then kick me away when the cooperation deal is done? Yizhen, since I let you come back, I can't let you go. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. Yi Nanshan felt that sooner or later, he would be angered to death by this daughter. Yizhen didn't care about what he thought. She knew that this day would come. So, she had already thought of what conditions to raise. After all, she had never trusted Yi Nanshan. Dad. It's not difficult for you to let me go back to the company. However, if I'm still a small team leader, why should people trust me and cooperate with me? Yizhen, what do you want? I don't want anything. I just want to say that I'm just a small team leader. Although the planning department is a very important department, I don't have the confidence to always negotiate with President Ning and the others. Yi Nanshan was furious. I'll let you be the deputy manager. Is that okay? Dad. You can announce on the company's internal website, newspapers, and online media that you want me to be the manager of the planning department. If you agree, I'll immediately let President Ning and the others work with the company. How about it? Dream on. How could such an important department be handed over to Yizhen? If that's the case, then there's nothing to talk about. Yizhen didn't give him any more chances and directly hung up the phone. When she looked up, she met Li Junqing's smiling eyes. Chapter 783. Uncle Li Junqing was reading the documents. When he saw her like that, he put the documents aside and pulled her into his arms. What's wrong? Nothing, she just wondered if he didn't like how she looked just now. Li Junqing pinched her palm. He turned his head and kissed her on the lips. I think you want too little. Ha! What's the use of being the manager of the planning department? Your right to speak is still too small. You should just ask for the power of the general manager. There's already someone in the position of general manager. Because someone had left the planning department, there was only one deputy manager now. That was Gu Mingxiu. Even if Yi Nanshan didn't like Yijin before, he still wanted Gu Mingxiu to work as an intern for a few months. When he really had the ability, he would let Gu Mingxiu be the manager of the planning department and let Yijin be the deputy manager. Yijin had just graduated from university. No one would be convinced if she didn't make any achievements. That was Yi Nanshan's original words. Yijin didn't care. To her, it was good enough to work in the company and contribute to the company. What a silly girl. Li Junxing realized that Yijin was still too kind. She still cared about the last bit of father-daughter relationship, so she always kept the last glimmer of hope for Yi Nanshan. However, how could someone like Yi Nanshan take a fancy to her useless kinship? If he really valued kinship, he wouldn't have tried so hard to suppress Yijin. There's already someone in the position of general manager. You can ask that person to give it to you. You're a shareholder of the company. Isn't it easy for you to take a position in the company? Let's not talk about the fact that you have the ability. Even if you don't, so what? Yijin had never thought about that. In fact, it had been less than 2 years since she graduated. It was already considered fast for her to be able to become the leader of the planning team. Today, after Li Junxing said that, she realized that she could be more greedy. I reckon that your dad will call again tomorrow. At that time, don't say anything else. Just say that you want the position of general manager. See if he agrees. Then, what if he doesn't agree? Don't agree. It's simple. You should have the information of those customers. Call them and tell them not to cooperate with the company. It's fine if it's done by me, but it probably won't work if it's not done by me. Li Junxing gently flicked her forehead. Don't you still have me? Yizhen was stunned. Uncle Li. What can you do? He was the mayor. It didn't seem appropriate for him to do something directly. I can't do anything, but someone can. For this kind of thing, as long as he gave Hu Jinyao a call and let him know, it was possible for Hu Jinyao to buy over a company like Jianghui that had just grown up. What if my dad agrees? Isn't it better to agree? Then you'll be the general manager of Jianghui Company. With a higher position, he could take on more responsibilities. Naturally, there were many things he could do. I don't think my dad will agree. So, you can start preparing for what you want to do. Li Junxing let go of her hand and hugged her waist instead. Trust me. His gaze had the effect of calming people's hearts. Yijin seemed to have completely relaxed. She nodded. Yes, I believe you. Li Junxing smiled. The little girl's pure and trusting gaze made him very happy. He liked that she trusted him and that she would ask him for help when she had problems. He would take care of his woman and didn't need her to worry too much. If your dad doesn't agree, remember. Propose a shareholders meeting. Li Junxing thought of what he wanted her to do before. You have 20% of the shares. You can also ask for a shareholders meeting. Okay. I know. Yijin knew that Li Junxing was doing it for her own good. He was more thoughtful than her about some things. Before that, I'll get someone to cause some trouble for your dad. He has his own things to solve, so he can't care about what you do. Okay. Yijin understood what he meant. Even if Yi Nanshan was the chairman of the company, it would be difficult for him to deal with the company if it kept having problems. At that time, she could also ask for a shareholders meeting to suppress Yi Nanshan. I'm just a little worried. It's fine if it's Uncle Jiang, but Uncle Shen and Uncle Zhang are obviously bribed by my dad. I don't know if they're willing to stand on my side. Li Junqing played with Yizhen's fingers and kissed them. He looked at her with a smile in his eyes. Everyone in the world is here for benefits. What your dad gave them was nothing more than benefits. But if they knew that this benefit wasn't easy to obtain, do you think they would still stand on your dad's side? Yizhen was stunned for a moment and looked at him in confusion. Next week, Qing City will hold a forum for outstanding entrepreneurs. We will invite the directors and executives of some very famous companies in Qing City to attend. And then, I'll get someone to send an invitation to the other 3 people in your company. Li Junqing stopped there. Yizhen blinked at him and suddenly had a thought. She raised her head and kissed Li Junqing's lips. Uncle Li, you're so nice. She only touched him once before retreating. Li Junqing was not satisfied with her shallow kiss. He grabbed her waist and deepened the kiss until she couldn't breathe. You've already called me uncle, so of course I have to treat you better. Don't you think so? My little niece. He purposely dragged out the last syllable of the word niece. Yizhen's face turned red and she felt her bones go soft. This person was really, don't call me that. He wasn't much older than her, so he just called her little niece. It was fine if he called her that, but he used such a tone. What? Li Junqing liked to see her like this. Seeing her face turn red, he couldn't help but kiss her again. Just kissing her wasn't enough. He picked her up and carried her to the room. Yizhen didn't receive any more calls from Yi Nanshan. Perhaps to Yi Nanshan, it was too much for her to be a manager. He didn't want to. It didn't matter if he didn't want to. Yizhen didn't mind. However, she didn't stay idle in the following time. She went to visit the other 3 shareholders and asked them to support her. It didn't matter if they didn't support her. She inexplicably believed in Li Junqing's ability. Then, the few cases with CEO Ning still had to continue. However, although it was suspended, it had really affected the company's credibility after a long time. However, she also told them to pretend to stop on the surface. At least, she didn't want Yi Nanshan to notice. At the same time, no one knew what Li Junqing did, but Yi Nanshan lost his temper in his office. After Yizhen left, not only did Ning Hai's orders want to be refunded, but the other orders in the past 2 days also wanted to be refunded. One of them was even a client who had been working with them for a long time. If they terminated the cooperation like this, they would have to pay a penalty. However, the other party would rather pay the penalty and stop working with the shogi company. Yi Nanshan really didn't understand and kept asking the other party for the reason. The other party said that the name of the company was going to be changed. Who knew what would happen in the future? He was very angry. He repeatedly explained that the name change was only for the future development of the company and had nothing to do with the business, but the client just didn't believe him. Later, he had no choice but to tell the truth after being forced to do so. Seeing that we've worked together for so many years, I don't mind telling you. Did you offend someone? Someone from above told us not to work with you. Old Yi. It's not that I'm scolding you, but you've been in Qing City for so many years. How can you not know who you dare to offend and who you don't dare to offend? Offend someone. When did he offend someone? How would Yi Nanshan know when he offended someone? The only person he offended now was his rebellious daughter. Thinking of what Yi Ningen said to Chen Wan and himself before, he became more and more unhappy with Yizhen. Now that he heard another company say not to work with them, Yi Nanshan could no longer restrain the anger in his heart. He swept all the documents on the table to the ground. Rebellious daughter. Rebellious daughter. Yi Nanshan was furious. I should have strangled her back then, so that she wouldn't grow up and go against me every day. Dad, don't be angry. Nan Shan, don't be angry. It's not good for your health to be angry. Chen Wan and Yi Ningyan, mother and daughter, stood in front of Yi Nanshan. Chen Wan patted Yi Nanshan's chest, while Yi Ningyan poured tea for Yi Nanshan. Dad, don't worry. I'll go beg my sister and ask her to be merciful and let the company go. Don't go. Why do you need to beg that rebellious daughter? Let her see us as a joke. How could Yi Nanshan bear to let Yi Ningyan beg others? Yi Ningyan put down the tea and said to Yi Nanshan with an understanding face. He looked at Yi Ningyan and then thought about Yi Jin. Yi Nanshan became more and more dissatisfied with Yi Jin. That rebellious daughter actually wants to go back to the company and be the planning manager. With her attitude of going against me everywhere and not taking me seriously at all, I won't let her go back to the company. If possible, I even want to give her all her shares. Let's see how she can still be arrogant. Yi Ningyan tried to appease Yi Nanshan, but her heart was moved because of Yi Nanshan's words. Give Yi Jin's shares. This was a good idea, but she needed to think about how to do it. She glanced at Chen Wan, and Chen Wan seemed to have the same idea as her. The mother and daughter looked at each other and understood the meaning in each other's eyes. Everything was understood without words. Yi Jin felt the feeling of being followed again when she went out. The apartment where Li Junxing lived had good security, and entry and exit were very strict. Therefore, the person who was following her couldn't enter the neighborhood. But once she left the neighborhood, it was not certain. It was not the first day that Yi Jin felt that she was being followed. In fact, after that day, Ling Xian said that she wanted someone to protect her, but she refused. It was also a good thing for her to lure people out. But when she really planned to use herself as bait to lure these people out, something unexpected happened. That day, she left the neighborhood and bought the ingredients for dinner. Just as she was about to walk back, she found that the person who was following her had come again. This time, it wasn't just one person, but two people. The other party thought that they were doing it very secretly, but the sixth sense of being followed, coupled with the feeling that she had been feeling recently, let Yi Jin know that the other party was following her. However, the places she went in and out were either at the end of the show, in the department store, or on the main road. Those people wanted to kidnap her, but they had to look at the situation and the place. Yi Jin thought about it and wondered if she should go to the bar at night. Should she take advantage of going to the bar and be alone so that the other party could make a move? She thought about sending the groceries home and then going to the bar. On the other side, Li Junxing happened to leave a document at home. Because he happened to be passing by nearby, he asked Secretary Qin to send him back and he came back to get it himself. There was a small pit at the corner of the road, and the car jolted. The moment Li Junxing looked up, he saw someone sneaking around in front of him. Although Li Junxing was an official, he had been in the army for 2 years by his father in the name of gaining experience. He almost immediately understood that something was wrong. In fact, he really couldn't blame Qin Liang for finding such useless people. Because these people weren't here to kidnap Yi Jin at all, but to confuse Yi Jin. After knowing that Yi Jin had someone protecting her, they wouldn't be stupid enough to make a move just like that. Letting these people follow Yi Jin and let her discover that they were following her was obviously to distract her. Li Junxing thought of what had happened to Yi Jin's family recently and suddenly became vigilant. He glanced at the driver in front of him, Xiao Zhao. Xiao Zhao, stop the car. Find out who those two people are. If necessary, call Chief Jiang. Chief Jiang was the current chief of the Public Security Bureau. With Li Junxing's orders, they could handle these matters with just a word. Yes. Mayor Li, Xiao Zhao pulled over and got out of the car. Although he was a driver, he used to be a special forces soldier. After retiring, Li Junxing arranged for him to drive for him, which could be considered as a bodyguard. Li Junqing was still waiting to figure it out, but Yijin noticed the situation here. She quickly ran over. "Uncle Li, you're back." She turned to look in Xiao Zhao's direction and stuck out her tongue. "Why did you catch them?" "I was thinking of letting them succeed tonight." When Li Junqing heard this, his face immediately darkened. "What did you say?" Realizing that she had said something wrong, Yijin pulled Li Junqing's hand fawningly. "Uncle Li, don't be angry. I was thinking that if I were the bait, I would be able to lure them into the trap. When the time comes, we can arrest them." Realizing that Li Junqing's face was getting darker and darker, Yijin didn't dare to say anything else. Li Junqing was obviously angry. He glared at her face for a long time and instructed Xiao Zhao. Then, he pulled Yijin's hand and headed straight into the apartment. He walked very fast and his footsteps were also very urgent. Yijin's hand hurt from being pulled by her. Her lips moved, and she wanted to say a few words. But she didn't know what to say. As soon as they entered, Li Junqing didn't even care about getting the documents. He grabbed Yijin's hand and closed the door. "Yijin, tell me, how are you going to lure them into the trap tonight?" The pressure on his body was too scary. Yijin didn't dare to say anything. Li Junqing could understand even if she didn't say it. He nodded heavily. "What? You don't dare to say it? Let me say it for you. Are you thinking that you'll go out at night and go to a bar? Or go somewhere with fewer people? If they see you alone, they'll make a move." So that was what she was thinking. And then, Li Junqing's expression was already quite ugly. "Tell me, what do you plan to do next?" Yijin's voice was very soft, and she didn't dare to speak. She was especially afraid that Li Junqing would tear her apart the moment she opened her mouth. "Uncle Li, don't be like this." "Like what? Tell me." Li Junqing squeezed her shoulder a little hard, insisting on an answer. "I won't be alone." Yijin seemed to be defending herself. "It's true, I know a friend. Her name is Ling Xian, and her family has some connections. My original plan was to pretend to take the bait and then let Ling Xian arrange for someone to follow. When the time comes, not only can I catch them all in one fell swoop, but I can also catch the person behind them." The more she spoke, the darker Li Junqing's face became, and the softer Yijin's voice became. At the end, her voice was almost inaudible. "Good, that's good." Li Junqing nodded. Seeing that Yijin didn't feel that she had done anything wrong, he sneered. "My Zhen is really a brave little girl. Right? Not only can she lure those criminals out by herself, but she also wants to find the person behind them by herself. Zhen is really too brave." No, you just what? You just want to achieve your goal, but you don't even care about your own danger. Right? Li Junqing interrupted her and didn't give her a chance to speak. "You just want to lure the people behind them out. You just want to be bait. Haven't you ever thought that something might go wrong? Your friends' people might lose track of them. That group of people might also be divided into several groups. Even if your friend didn't lose track of them, if the other party was anxious and wanted to silence them to get rid of future trouble. How many lives do you think you have?" She really hadn't thought about it. Thinking of what Li Junqing had said, she felt a little scared. "You what?" Li Junqing looked at her. Only now did he start to know fear. He became even angrier. "I just happened to come back today. I met you and found out. If I didn't come back, were you planning to go out and die by yourself at night?" "Yes, I might not be going to die." Yijin's voice was extremely soft. "Maybe I'm lucky and can really solve it." Li Junqing was so angry that he wanted to laugh. Usually, other than being a little slow in relationships, Yizhen was also a smart person. How could she be so naive now? Do you think you're lucky? Yizhen felt inexplicably guilty. Li Junqing was furious when he saw her unconvinced look. Chapter 784. Yizhen had never been beaten in her life. Yi Nanshan was dissatisfied with her, but he only scolded and stabbed her a few times. He didn't dare to really hit her. As for the others, such as her uncle and grandfather, they didn't even have time to dote on her. Why would they hit her? Li Junqing's hand wasn't weak. He hit her a few times in a row. At first, Yizhen didn't react in time. She endured it, but later, she couldn't take it anymore. After being hit a few times in a row, he burst into tears. You hit me. I'm hitting you. Li Junqing felt that this little girl really deserved a lesson. Didn't she know what she could and couldn't do? Thinking about what would happen if he didn't break through and the little girl really ran to do such a dangerous thing, Li Junqing felt a lingering fear. He exerted more strength and hit her twice. You're still hitting me. Yizhen's voice changed. Her eyes were filled with tears, and her voice trembled. You hit me. You actually dared to hit me. She struggled, and Li Junqing hit her twice again. Li Junqing hit her a few times, and his meaning changed. The feeling under his palm wasn't bad. He still remembered how he held this side when the two of them were in bed. As soon as his thoughts came to mind, the punishment couldn't continue. The little girl lay on his lap, sobbing, her little body trembling. There were a few clear palm prints on her snow-white skin. Li Junqing looked at the marks and began to feel a little heartache. The little girl's skin was tender, and any touch would leave marks. Now that he hit her like this, the marks looked very obvious. He didn't know how many days it would take for them to disappear. Most of his anger dissipated. He retracted his hand and helped her put on her pants. He helped Yizhen up and held her in his arms. Yizhen really felt wronged. The tears in her eyes hadn't fallen yet. Yizhen had been hit by him just now, and now that she was hugged and sat down by him, it hurt even more. She actually wasn't in so much pain that she couldn't stand it. However, the grievance in her heart overwhelmed everything. She couldn't help but lean over and bite down hard on his shoulder. Li Junqing took a deep breath. He didn't push Yizhen away, but let her bite. Yizhen bit for a while and felt that her teeth were sore, so she stopped. She glared at Li Junqing, looking quite wronged. You hit me. She said it again. When had she ever been beaten since she was young? Not only did he hit her twice, he even wanted to hit her so many times. Yes. Yes. I hit you. The little girl was angry now. Li Junqing knew it when he saw her bite him. Now that the beating was over and the anger had been vented, it was time to coax him back. Why did you hit me so many times? Yizhen felt even more wronged. Li Junqing sighed in his heart. You said I hit you. Why didn't you think about why I hit you? Yizhen raised his head and glared at him. In any case, you're in the wrong for hitting me. She was slender and he was tall. She sat in his arms and scolded him in an accusatory tone. Yes. It's my fault that I hit you. Li Junqing had never had such an experience. He was too angry just now. When he thought of the little girl's decision to put herself in danger, he could not calm down. After living for more than 30 years, he finally found a girl that caught his eye and that he liked. If something really happened, where could he find such a girl that caught his eye? He lowered his head and gently kissed her eyes. He kissed away the tears in her eyes. Seeing that she still looked wronged, he tightened his grip on her body and let her snuggle in his arms. It's my fault for hitting you, but why don't you think about what you want to do? You want to lure out the bad guys. You want to lure out the person behind the scenes. You can find me. If you want to know who wants to hurt you, you can tell me. Li Junqing raised his hand and gently tidied up her hair that was messed up because she was lying on her stomach. His voice was low and hoarse, but it was very gentle. You only want to solve your trouble, but you don't think about me. Don't you think about what I will do if something happens to you? Yijin bit her lip and looked at Li Junqing's face. She said casually, what does it have to do with you? If something happens to me, you can find another one. Li Junqing's anger, which had finally subsided, almost flared up again. He didn't want to spank her again, but he couldn't help but lean over and bite her hard on the lips. After biting her, he couldn't help but kiss her again, a thin kiss. Yijin despised this kind of method of giving a carrot after a stick. She couldn't help but bite him back. Li Junqing felt the pain and knew that the little girl was angry. But he was even angrier than her. He used his innate advantage to kiss Yijin until she couldn't breathe. Yijin couldn't speak. She stared at him with wide eyes full of accusation. She really was a little girl. Li Junqing stopped the kiss, but he still pressed his forehead against hers. You're really a little heartless one. I've already done this to you, and you still want me to find another one. Yijin was stunned and couldn't say anything else. Li Junqing pinched her nose. Tell me, are you heartless? What's my relationship with you? Without you, where do you want me to find one? Where can I find a little girl like you? Yijin blinked, as if she couldn't understand what Li Junqing meant. She was really a silly little girl. Li Junqing kissed her again. However, this time, he could only give it a try. Li, I still have a meeting to attend later. Li Junqing looked at the time. If he didn't leave now, it would really be too late. This meeting is very important. As Li Junqing spoke, he hugged her tightly again. Be good and don't run around at home. Do you hear me? Yijin glared at him unhappily. She wasn't a child. Where could she run to? I'm serious. Li Junqing was afraid that she would be impulsive. Those people are all small fries. Don't think about putting yourself in danger. I won't agree. Uncle Li. Don't call me. It's useless. Li Junqing looked into her eyes with a very serious expression. Jinjin, maybe you will think that I'm overbearing. Maybe you will think that your family has disappointed you. It doesn't matter even if something really happens to you. But I want to tell you, no matter what your family thinks of you, no matter what other people think of you. In my eyes, you're my little girl. A unique little girl. Do you understand? He said it so attentively and seriously. Yijin could even clearly see her own shadow in his eyes. At this moment, she could feel her heart beating very fast. The emotions that were almost surging out made her unable to help but wrap her arms around his neck and kiss him. If it was any other time, Li Junqing would definitely press the little girl under his body and make her unable to get out of bed. But today, he really couldn't. After the little girl kissed him, he hugged her tightly and calmed his breathing. I'm going to the meeting. You have to be good, do you hear me? Yes. He sounded like he was coaxing a child. But she wasn't annoyed at all. Yijin nodded, her face still a little red. After meeting Li Junqing, it seemed that many things would become very wonderful. She never thought that one day, there would be a man who would affect her emotions like this. And the serious look in his eyes when he looked at her let her know that what he said was true. Previously, when Li Junqing said that he liked her, she still felt that the other party's status was too different from hers. Maybe he just wanted to play. She also had the same thought. She accepted it only because Li Junqing's conditions were too good. She felt that she was actually not at a disadvantage. But now, she realized that Li Junxing's feelings for her might be deeper than her feelings for Li Junxing. Thinking of this, all the resentment from before disappeared. She buried her head in his arms, a little embarrassed. Li Junxing really wanted to bring this little girl with him wherever he went, but he couldn't. He picked her up, carried her back to the room, and put her on the bed. Sleep for a while. Don't worry about those things for now. I'm here. Okay, Yijin replied in a voice as soft as a mosquito. Li Junxing looked at her like this and really loved her. He couldn't help but kiss her deeply again. Seeing that her face was red and she didn't dare to look at him, Li Junxing forced himself to get up. I'm really leaving. Stay at home and don't run around. Also, you don't have to cook tonight. I'll ask Xiao Xiao to pick you up later. We'll go out to eat. Okay. Someone is knocking on the door. See who it is first. I know. She wasn't a child. Was there a need for him to be so careful? Yijin couldn't help but glare at him reproachfully. You're still glaring at me. Aren't I worried about you? Li Junxing really felt that this little girl was too heartless. Now wasn't a good time to educate her. He hurried to the study to get his documents and left. The room quieted down. Yijin turned over and accidentally hit the bed again. She let out a pfft. In the end, she held it in. Thinking of the way Li Junxing talked to her just now, and how he only had her in his eyes, her heart suddenly started to heat up again. Uncle Li was really a very good person. The two of them were so intimate, but she still called him Uncle Li. Was it not intimate enough? Why don't she call him Junxing next time? Yijin felt that calling him that was a little too mushy. Pulling up the blanket to cover her face, Yijin covered her face and smiled softly. Forget it. I'll call him that when I have the chance. Li Junxing told her not to run around, but he was still worried. After getting into Xiao Xiao's car again, he asked Xiao Xiao what was going on with the two of them. Mayor Li, the matter has been dealt with. Chief Jiang has already called to take care of it. The two of them have been taken away. Also, they keep begging for mercy. They're being wronged. Wronged? What happened after the woman who followed him? What would happen? Li Junxing didn't dare to think about it. When he thought about it, he had the urge to kill someone. Take care of them. Whether they admit to their crimes or not, let them stay in there for a while. Chapter 785. Okay. Little Zhao nodded. He had a rough idea of how to deal with this. Li Junxing thought for a moment, but he was still worried. Xiao Xiao, I remember you have a sister. You seem to be from the army too. Yes. Little Zhao nodded. Is there anything? See what she's doing now. Is she interested in working for me? Xiao Xiao understood as soon as he heard it. Mayor Li, do you want my sister to protect Miss Yi? Yes. Li Junxing nodded. Ask her. If she doesn't have anything else to do, let her come. If she does, I'll find someone else. Okay, I'll ask him later. Li Junxing nodded and heaved a sigh of relief. With someone protecting Yijin, she would be safer. He had originally thought that there was no need to do so, but the little girl's actions today had frightened him. He wouldn't be at ease if he didn't let someone keep an eye on her. Yijin didn't know that Li Junxing was thinking of hiring a bodyguard for her. After Li Junxing left, she did sleep. Speaking of which, ever since she had been with Li Junxing for the past few days, she hadn't had enough sleep every day. She was always extremely sleepy. Thinking of this, Yijin's face unconsciously turned red. Li Junxing looked gentle and refined on the surface, but who knew that he was such a beast in private? After getting up to eat dinner, she waited for a while, but Li Junxing didn't come back. She knew that his meeting today might be very late. She went to the window. The sky was already dark, and the shadows of the cars that could be seen earlier were all gone now. After some thought, she called Ling Xian. He asked the other party to investigate Chen Liang. Yizhen only remembered later that there should be a way to find Chen Liang. She still doubted Yi Ningyan in her heart, but she also believed that with Yi Ningyan's ability, she absolutely couldn't find anyone too powerful. There was a high possibility that the person who had helped her was Chen Liang. Ling Xian's family had some power, so it was easy for her to find someone. She didn't stand on ceremony with Ling Xian and hung up the phone after she agreed. Now, they could only wait to see Chen Liang's results. They didn't know what he was doing. Qingqing Entrepreneur Forum. The people who came today were all prominent figures in Qingqing. Except for the presidents, vice presidents, chairmen, and shareholders of some important companies. There were also some city leaders. Previously, Mr. Zhang, Mr. Shin, and Mr. Jiang from Jianghui Company had also invited Ji Lai. When they entered the room, they realized that Yi Nanshan was not present at the meeting. The three of them looked at each other and finally found their seats. Not long after they sat down, Li Junxing arrived. He was the new mayor and was now in charge of Qingqing's economy. Now, there was almost no one in the entire Qing city who didn't know him. Here, his status was the highest. After he finished speaking, it was the turn of some outstanding entrepreneurs to speak. During the conference, Chairman Shen and Chairman Zhang's phones rang twice. When they got up to answer the call, Director Zhang's phone rang. Li Junxing watched as the three of them went out to answer the phone. He sat in his seat and his eyes were indifferent. He seemed to be smiling. Very soon, the three of them came in again, and their expressions were not very good. Especially Director Zhang, his expression was extremely ugly. Li Junxing glanced at Secretary Chen behind him and gave a few instructions. Secretary Chen acknowledged and went out. The symposium went on for the whole morning. Soon, Chairman Shen and the others couldn't sit still anymore. They quickly got up and were about to leave. Unexpectedly, Secretary Chen stepped forward and said a few words to them. The few of them looked at each other and quickly looked in the direction where Li Junxing had been sitting. Li Junxing's figure had already disappeared. Half an hour later, Li Junxing's figure appeared in a private room of a hotel in Qing City. Secretary Chen followed behind him and the two of them entered the room together. Chairman Zhang, Chairman Shin, and Chairman Jiang were already waiting inside. When they saw Li Junxing enter, the three of them stood up together. Mayor Li, yes, sit down. Li Junxing's expression was calm. The three of them looked at each other. They had already discussed for a long time. They really didn't understand why the newly appointed mayor wanted to see them, and why he wanted to see them alone. Li Junxing asked them to sit down, but the three of them stood for a while. After Li Junxing sat down, they also sat down. They waved for Secretary Chen and asked him to ask the waiter to serve the dishes. As they spoke, they gave Secretary Chen a look. Secretary Chen understood and quickly left. I didn't call you here today for anything else. Li Junxing picked up the teapot in front of him and poured tea for the three of them. Chairman Jiang and the others' expressions changed. Especially Chairman Zhang, he stood up. Mayor Li, we'll do it ourselves. How can we let Mayor Li do it? It's fine. Li Junxing smiled. I'm also a human. There's nothing special about me. Why can't I pour tea? Chairman Zhang felt his hair stand on end. He didn't understand what Li Junxing was trying to do. After the mayor came here, there were only a handful of people who could see him. Li Junxing looked gentle and amiable, but no one dared to underestimate him. Because when he came, he did something to warn the others. In the first month of Li Junxing, who was in charge of economics, a company wanted to open a new factory. All the approval procedures had been completed. However, Li Junxing came. He personally inspected the site and found that this company didn't meet one of the indicators. He directly ordered the other party to stop building the factory. The factory manager thought that Li Junxing disliked them for not giving gifts, so he prepared a generous gift and sent it to their door. Unexpectedly, Li Junxing directly sent their gifts to the discipline inspection department. They couldn't run away with a bribe. The other party wasn't convinced and still wanted to go against Li Junxing. However, Li Junxing found evidence of the other party illegally discharging pollutants. 2 crimes at the same time. Now, not to mention building a new factory, the old factory was closed down for rectification. Not only was he fined a large sum of money, but the factory manager was also imprisoned for a few months because of this. This matter caused a huge uproar in Qingqing as soon as it arrived. Those people also knew that Li Junxing looked easy to talk to on the surface. But he was a hard bone to chew. Right now, this legendary mayor who was hard to talk to was personally pouring tea for them, who were a little famous in Qing City but couldn't be considered a big shot. How could they not be afraid? Mayor Li, I didn't know you invited us here, I'm sorry. Li Junxing interrupted them. I should have treated you to a drink, but as you know, public officials can't drink during work, so we can only use tea instead of wine. Mayor Li, you're too polite. Mayor Li, you're too polite. The 3 of them spoke together, and their expressions became more and more uneasy. Especially Director Zhang. He asked Mayor Li twice why he invited them, but he didn't get an answer. He felt uneasy. Li Junxing didn't answer their questions. Instead, he asked Secretary Chen, who had re-entered the door, why the dishes weren't served yet. Secretary Chen nodded and said that the dishes would be served soon. As expected, the waiter soon brought the dishes up. Li Junxing looked at them and smiled. Then let's eat first. If there's anything, let's talk after dinner. With Li Junxing around, how could Director Zhang and the others have a say in these matters? A waiter opened the door, and the people behind began to serve the dishes. The first dish was placed on the table. It was just a simple pig's heart soup. This first dish is called Clear Mind. This second dish is rare to be confused. This third dish is called A Gentleman Loves Money, but he takes it in a proper way. This fourth dish is called A Wise Man Submits to Circumstances. Li Junxing personally announced the names of the dishes. These dishes were each stranger than the last. Director Zhang and the others were all smart people. When they heard the last 2 dishes, what else could they not understand? Mayor Li was probably here for them today. They didn't know what they had done wrong to actually trouble Li Junxing to give them some pointers. After Li Junxing finished announcing the names of the dishes, he asked Secretary Chen to sit down and eat with him. Come, eat. Don't stand on ceremony. Although the food is simple, the names are still pleasant to hear. Have a good taste. I believe it will have a different taste. The few directors trembled. They didn't understand what they had done at all. Or did they do something wrong? How could they still have the appetite to eat? They were all extremely nervous. Li Junxing's appetite was not bad, and he was quite satisfied. He was satisfied, but the others were even more nervous. After they finished eating, Director Zhang and the others didn't eat anything at all because they were so frightened. After they finished eating, Li Junxing asked someone to bring up the fruits after dinner. I still have to work later. Please help yourself, directors. Mayor Li, you're welcome. Director Zhang was a little older after all. After eating, he also wanted to ask, Mayor Li, you haven't told us why you're looking for us. It's nothing. I just want to treat you to a meal. Li Junxing said it casually, but they didn't dare to. Director Zhang wanted to ask, but Director Jiang gave him a look. Director Zhang didn't ask anymore. After Li Junxing finished eating, he wanted to leave. However, when he was about to get up, he suddenly glanced at Director Zhang. I heard that Director Zhang's company needs a loan. Ah. Yes. Yes. Director Zhang had just picked up the phone to talk about this matter. They were shareholders of Jianji Company, but it was impossible for them to only have Jianji shares. Other than Jianji, they also had other businesses. Director Zhang had been working on a project recently and needed a loan of hundreds of millions. However, the bank called today and said that the procedures had been approved, but they insisted on reviewing it again. That was why he was so anxious. It wasn't just him. Director Shen and Director Jiang had encountered similar problems. They didn't understand what was going on. It was clearly the same as usual, so why couldn't they review it? It's a good thing to take a loan to do business, Li Junxing said at the right time. Not only can it develop our Qing city's economy, but it can also promote employment. The other three didn't understand and thought that Li Junxing was praising them. However, Li Junxing changed the topic. However, I happened to meet President Zhou, President Yang, and the others at a meeting in the city a few days ago. They complained to me. They said that it's easy to give out loans now, but it's hard to get them back. Many companies don't have the qualifications at all, but they like to put on a show. In the end, they have a headache when they repay the loans later. So it's not easy to give out loans now. Director Zhang felt a chill run down his spine. He almost instantly understood what Li Junxing meant. Li Junxing stopped talking and didn't continue. Alright, in short, you're all outstanding entrepreneurs in Qing City. I understand. Later, tell President Zhou and the others that your company is different from others. Tell them not to block your loans. Don't you think so? Yes, hearing this, what else could Director Zhang and the others say? They didn't know what they had done wrong to make Li Junxing target them. Director Jiang and Director Shen felt that they had been wronged. They didn't understand how they had offended Li Junxing. After thinking about it, they couldn't figure it out. They didn't know what they had done wrong, so they went to ask Secretary Qin. Li Junxing didn't care about what happened after that. Originally, there was no need for him to personally deal with such a small matter. However, when he thought of his girl being bullied by these people, he was very angry, very angry. He was so angry that he wanted to teach these people a lesson personally. What was the point of eating a meal that made them feel so uneasy? His girl couldn't be bullied by anyone except him. He didn't know if the girl who called him didn't have her phone with her, but she didn't pick up the phone. Li Junxing frowned. He thought to himself that perhaps he had to hire a nanny. If she stayed at home, not only would she cook for her, but she would also be able to keep an eye on her. There were many things to do in the afternoon. There were 2 meetings and an inspection. Li Junxing was busy until 8:00 in the evening. When he returned home, the little girl was playing with her phone on the sofa. He didn't know what she was playing, but she was so engrossed that she didn't even notice him entering the door. Li Junxing frowned because of the little girl's neglect of him. He changed his shoes, entered the door, and walked behind Yizhen. Only then did he realize that Yizhen was actually playing with Xiaoping. The corner of Li Junxing's mouth twitched for a moment. He reached out to take Yizhen's phone. Don't move, don't move. There are only 3 steps left. I still have a few ice cubes to remove. Yizhen turned around and blocked the phone from Li Junxing. This stage is very difficult. Don't touch me. His charm wasn't as great as a phone. Li Junxing laughed angrily. He pulled her body in his direction and reached out to take her phone. Yijin pressed the last step, but because of Li Juanqing's movements, her hand shook and she pressed the wrong button. Ah! I'm dead. Yizhen was furious. She stood up and glared at Li Juanqing. It's all your fault. I passed this stage for a long time. You know how sad it is, right? Li Juanqing looked at the screen on the phone. The cartoon character on it was crying. You've been playing with your phone at home all day today. Yes. Yizhen didn't think she was wrong. You didn't let me go out, so I could only play games at home. As she spoke, she wanted to snatch her phone back. Li Juanqing raised his phone high. Yizhen didn't manage to grab it. Instead, she hung onto him. Uncle Li Juanqing put his phone aside and pulled her into his arms to sit down. Didn't your dad call you? No. Yizhen shook her head. He definitely won't agree to my conditions. Li Juanqing's brows furrowed tightly. Yizhen suddenly smiled. I'm sure that my dad is thinking about how to deal with me now. As she spoke, her phone rang. The two of them looked at the coffee table at the same time. Chapter 786. Yi Nanshan. Calling her at this time. Yizhen turned to look at Li Juanqing. He signaled for her to pick it up. Hey! Yizhen. Yi Nanshan's voice was filled with dissatisfaction. What did you do this time? Why is it that even On Yuan Company doesn't want to cooperate with us? On Yuan Company had been working with them since the establishment of Shogi. How could Yi Nanshan not be angry when they said that they didn't want to work with them now? You mean this? Yizhen really felt a little wronged. What can I do? What happened to On Yuan Company was really not done by her. She didn't think she was that capable. She just made a few phone calls and said a few words to those companies in Ninghai. Yizhen, don't go too far. I'm your father. Ha! Yizhen laughed. Am I too much? How can I compare to you? Yi Nanshan sneered. Fine, do you really want to turn against me? Dad, I don't like what you're saying. What do you mean by I have to shed all pretense of cordiality? Aren't you the one who wants to shed all pretense of cordiality? Yizhen didn't give Yi Nanshan a chance to speak. My mother's body hasn't even cooled yet, and you're already in such a hurry to find a new wife. After marrying Auntie, in order to please Auntie, he coldly watched as Auntie treated him coldly. Why am I the one who's going overboard now? Yizhen, since you insist on taking things to the extreme, let's just wait and see. Okay, I'll accompany you anytime. Yizhen really didn't understand. He was clearly his biological father. How could he treat him like this? No matter how he thought about it, he could only conclude that the two of them were not fated. It's okay. It'll be fine. Li Juanqing had already warned Director Shen and the others. As long as they weren't muddle-headed, they would know which side to stand on. Think carefully about how to unite with the other shareholders to pull your father down from that position. All right. Yizhen nodded. This was what she needed to do the most right now. However, Yizhen didn't expect that Yi Nanshan would make a move before she had time to convene the shareholders' meeting. When Yizhen saw the lawyer in front of him, he was momentarily stunned. She looked at the person in front of her in confusion. It was a lawyer who came looking for him today. His surname was Ding. He was the lawyer representing the Jianji company. Yizhen knew this person and also knew that some of the legal matters of Jianghui were handled by him. However, the news brought by lawyer Ding today made Yizhen stunned on the spot. What did you say? I said, according to Madame Lu Hui's will. The shares that Madame Lu Hui left behind are still in dispute. My client asked me to come to you and ask you to hand over 20% of your shares so that we can redistribute them. Had nothing to do with her. Yijin narrowed his eyes and looked at the person in front of him. Say that again. We have evidence here that Miss Lu Hui was unconscious when she made this will. Since she did not make this will in a sober state, the authenticity of the will needed to be discussed. Yijin now understood that this was Yi Nanshan's backup plan. He had been waiting for him here. Lu Hui was afraid that Yi Nanshan would not take good care of her daughter after her death, so she gave her daughter 20% of the shares. The lawyer from before had the surname Shi. He had once been entrusted by Lu Hui to make a will for her. Yi Zhen, who was only a teenager at that time, naturally knew about this matter. Lawyer she met through the Lu family's relationship, so when Yi Zhen went to the Lu family in her early years, she could often see Lawyer Shi. However, Lawyer Shi had followed the immigrants to Canada 2 years ago, so it was difficult to find him now. Lawyer Ding, when my mother made her will, I have a memory. What you just said is not valid. The shares that her mother gave her were hers. She would not give them to anyone. I'm sorry, Miss Yi. I can understand your feelings. But there are some things that I still need to let you know. As he spoke, Lawyer Ding took out a few documents and spread them in front of Yi Zhen. Miss Yi, you can take a look. This is your mother's medical record. Yi Zhen had always wanted to know the cause of Lu Hui's death. She picked up the medical record on the table and looked at it. There were many names on it that she could not understand, but there were 2 dosages and instructions that she could see clearly. Clozapine. Miss Yi, you should know. Clozapine is a treatment or something, right? I don't know. Yijin clenched the report and looked at Lawyer Ding with an unfriendly gaze. Lawyer Ding, please explain it to me. Okay. Lawyer Ding took out another explanation. We all know that clozapine is a drug for treating mental illness. What do you mean? Yijin's face was already quite ugly. Miss Yi, I can understand your feelings. But the truth is the truth. Lawyer Ding said expressionlessly. He pushed the rest of the documents in front of Yijin. The truth is that your mother was in a very bad state when she made the will. In addition, she has been taking clozapine. We also have reason to doubt the authenticity of the previous will. Therefore, we have every reason to doubt the authenticity of the previous will. Yijin couldn't bear to listen any longer. Lawyer Ding, why don't you tell me directly? You now suspect that this will is fake. Then what do you want? Miss Yi, Mr. Yi is your biological father. He doesn't want to go against you in court. Therefore, the best way is, Miss Yi, take the initiative and transfer the 20% shares to your father. Of course, as a reward for your cooperation. I will give you a certain amount of compensation. As for the specific conditions, you can set them yourself. Yijin sat there. For a moment, she only felt that her brain was as uncomfortable as if it was going to explode. She stared at the face of the person in front of her, from anger at the beginning to calmness later. She raised the corner of her lips and looked at Lawyer Ding with a faint smile. Lawyer Ding, did you say that? So, what you just said was your intention? No, it's Mr. Ye's idea. Lawyer Ding was afraid that she would not agree, so he deliberately added, Miss Yi, you have to understand that if such a lawsuit really goes to court, it will not do you any good. Yijin nodded as if she understood her situation. Okay, I understand. She picked up her mobile phone and called Yi Nanshan. Lawyer Ding thought that she had figured it out, but he didn't expect the task to be so simple. Yijin's phone was connected. She looked at Lawyer Ding's face expressionlessly. Dad. Yijin. Of course, he knew what Yi Nanshan had done. After listening to Qin Wan and Yi Ninggen's instructions, he questioned the authenticity of Yijin's shares. Yi Nanshan was ready to receive Yijin's call. His daughter would be unhappy and lose her temper. Just as he was about to explain to himself, Yizhen's voice was extremely soft. Dad. Don't you want my shares? Yizhen, I don't want your shares. I just think that after all, you are going to marry out, and these shares are all Yi family's, Dad. Yizhen didn't want to listen to his extremely hypocritical polite words. It's actually not difficult for you to want shares. Dad, if you want shares, it's simple. You go with Chenwan to see my mother. At that time, I will definitely burn the share transfer authorization for you to see. Yizhen, Yi Nanshan was furious. He slammed the table hard. Yizhen completely ignored him and hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, she looked at Lawyer Ding coldly. Lawyer Ding, you should have heard what I just said, right? Being stared at by Yizhen like that, Lawyer Ding suddenly had a feeling of cold sweat on his forehead. Miss Yi. Enough. Yizhen didn't give him any more chances. You are not welcome here. Lawyer Ding, please. Miss Yi, the shares are in my hands, so they are mine. It doesn't matter if you don't accept it or protest. It doesn't matter even if you go to court with my father. Since I've already decided, I won't be afraid of losing. She stood up with a cold expression. You can try. Let's see if your request can be fulfilled. Lawyer Ding was experienced and knowledgeable. Previously, whenever Yi Hui asked him to deal with something, he handled it very well. He had also met Yizhen a few times. However, none of them had made him feel fear like he did this time. Miss Yi, why are you so stubborn? If you really go to court, you won't gain anything. What's more, this will disturb your mother's spirit in heaven, so, get out. It would have been better if he didn't mention Lu Hui. As soon as he did, Yizhen looked like she couldn't control herself at all. If my mother really has a spirit in heaven, I'm afraid she will first send a bolt of lightning down and strike all of you to death. Miss Yi, get out. Get out of here. I don't want to see you. Yizhen's temper flared. Lawyer Ding had no choice but to leave. When he left, he didn't forget to try to persuade Yizhen again. However, Yizhen was angry. Seeing that Lawyer Ding still wanted to talk, she couldn't help it. She got up, picked up a vase on the coffee table, and was about to throw it at his face. Lawyer Ding was startled and quickly left. After he left, Yizhen covered her heart with one hand, then retreated to the sofa and sat down. Yi Nanshan, Chen Wan, Yi Ningen. Good, you guys are so good. Before her mother died, they didn't let her live well. Now, for a little bit of shares, they dug out the so-called medical records many years later. What clozapine? She had never heard of it before. If Lu Hui had a mental problem, then it wouldn't have been a random will, but it would have directly dragged that scumbag Yi Nanshan down with her. Thinking of this, Yizhen's head ached. She pressed the painful place and thought about Yi Nanshan's motive for doing these things. She couldn't help but call Ling Xian. Ling Xian. Yizhen wanted to ask if Ling Xian had found out the cause of Lu Hui's death. Shenzhen. Ling Xian said happily on the other end of the phone, I've restored the video of that night. In other words, I've found the man. Chapter 787. Yizhen couldn't hide his excitement. Really? Of course. Ling Xian couldn't hide the pride in her voice. Yizhen had entrusted this matter to her for a long time, and it was already too slow for her to find that person now. At this moment, Yizhen couldn't care less about the cause of Lu Hui's death. Her grip on the phone tightened. You said that you recovered the video from that day. Can you really see who that person is? Yeah, come to my house quickly, or should I go to your house to find you? I'll come over now. It was impossible for Yijin not to be excited. As long as this person was not found, he would be a threat. Yi Nanshan didn't even care about his reputation anymore. How could he say that his mother was delirious when she made the will? How could this be? Yijin sneered in his heart. However, he was very sure that this was one of the ways they could deal with him. Without the shares, he would lose control of the painting company. At that time, they would have the final say in Jianji Company. As for her, she couldn't even keep the property her mother had left her. Yijin's expression was cold, but he didn't have the time to settle the score with Yi Nanshan and the others. It didn't matter. She had to eliminate the potential danger first. As long as that man was not found, she would not be at ease. He rushed to where Ling Xian was. She and Ling Xian had been good friends for many years, and Ling Xian usually worked at the Ling family's company. She had a good relationship with Ling Xian. Almost as soon as she entered Ling Xian's office, someone came over and led her upstairs. You came. Ling Xian waved at her and gestured for her to go behind her desk. Yijin walked over. Ling Xian had already clicked on the video and started playing it. You can take a look. This is the video of the man entering the door. Okay. Yijin stood beside her and watched the video. The video started with the scene of Yijin being sent into the room. Yijin was carried in by someone. It was obvious that he was drunk. Soon, a man appeared. The man was supported by someone and he looked like he was drunk. However, the man seemed to be drunk as well. He could only see his back. However, just this back view alone was enough to make Yijin feel familiar. The man was helped into the room, and she saw the man's side profile. Yijin was completely stunned. She was very familiar with that side profile. Was that him? No. Impossible, how could Li Junqing be the person from that day? Yijin thought he was seeing things, but the video continued. In the blink of an eye, it was the next morning. When Yijin woke up, he didn't have time to take a good look and left in a hurry. But not long after, a person entered the room. Yijin also knew that person. It was Secretary Qin. Soon, Secretary Qin came out. The person behind him was Li Junqing. Li Junqing. How could Li Junqing be the person from that night? Yijin's mind was in a mess. She thought about Li Junqing's performance later. Could it be that he had approached her on purpose from the very beginning? No. But why didn't he tell her? Or was he the same as her? Had he been set up by someone and was unaware of it? The more Yijin thought about it, the more confused he became. Did you see it clearly? Ling Xian watched the video again and clicked her tongue. This man is quite good-looking. I don't know where your stepsister found her. I've already sent someone to investigate his whereabouts. However, she looks a little familiar, as if I've seen her somewhere before. Really? Yes. Don't worry, we'll find her. There's no need to look. Yijin's voice was indifferent and a little tired. Ling Xian looked at her in confusion. Yijin stood up straight and took a step back. Her gaze fell on the frozen video. In the video, Li Junqing's eyes were clear and his expression was cold. This was a side of him that she had never seen before. You're not looking anymore. Yes. Thank you, Ling Xian. However, there's really no need to look anymore. Yijin narrowed her eyes and thought of what Lawyer Ding had said when he came to look for her today. If you really want to help me, continue to investigate the cause of my mother's illness. Thinking of what Lawyer Ding had said today, her eyes were a little cold. She told Ling Xian about it. I definitely don't believe that my mother has a mental problem. I also absolutely believe that my mother was in a completely sober state when she made her will. But now, they're using such a clumsy reason to take away my shares. I definitely can't tolerate it. Ling Xian's face was filled with righteous indignation. Her entire face didn't look good. Isn't this too shameless? Haven't they done enough shameless things? Yizhen patted Ling Xian's shoulder. Alright, I know you're very angry, but I'm not angry now. The most important thing is to quickly resolve this matter. The first step is to prove that my mother had no mental problems before she died. The second step is to find evidence that Qin Wan might have murdered my mother. I don't believe that my mother would die of illness at such a young age. Ling Xian, I can only rely on you now. Don't worry. Ling Xian couldn't bear to see her good friend being bullied. If you trust me, I'll definitely help you investigate everything. Thank you. Her best friend helped her unconditionally and trusted her. Ling Xian's attention was diverted. She didn't think about what was wrong with her before, nor did she think about that man anymore. After all, Yizhen didn't want to investigate. It might not be because she didn't want to, but because there were more important things than this. For example, finding out the real cause of her mother's death. Yizhen left Ling Xian's place and wasn't in a hurry to go home. She drove around the road aimlessly. Li Junqing was the person from that night. This discovery made her a little dazed. She seriously thought about Li Junqing's state and expression at that time. She was also sure that he might not know about what happened that night. But why did he suddenly get together with her? She had a lot of doubts in her heart. She wanted to immediately rush to question Li Junqing, but in the end, she held back. Li Junqing was still at work at this time. It was useless for her to look for him. Yizhen bit her lip. Her expression was a little ugly. After wandering the streets for a long time, she finally went to buy some beer and went home. When she got home, Li Junqing hadn't returned yet. Yizhen sat on the sofa and opened a bottle of beer to drink. One bottle after another. Soon, she drank half of the dozen beers she bought. Halfway through, Li Junqing came back. As soon as Li Junqing entered the door, he smelled a strong smell of alcohol. He looked at Yizhen sitting on the sofa. She had just finished a can of beer. When she saw him come in, she smiled. Her face, which was dyed red because of the alcohol, looked a little cute. You're back. She burped, then got up and walked unsteadily to Li Junqing. You're back. Chapter 788. Is it a lot? Yizhen shook her head. No. I only drank some beer. Drank a little. Li Junqing turned around and looked behind Yizhen. What happened? What's wrong? Yizhen frowned. She stared at Li Junqing with wide eyes. I want to know too. What's wrong with me? She reached out to hold Li Junqing's shoulder and exhaled a breath of alcohol. Why don't you tell me what's wrong with me? Xinjin. Uncle Li, Yizhen blinked with a confused expression. Do you like me? There was something wrong with Yizhen today. Li Junqing reached out to put his arm around her waist and pulled her into his arms. They had been together for almost 2 months, but this was the first time he had seen Yizhen like this. I do. Really? Really? Yizhen waved his hand away and took a step back. I don't believe it. Yizhen. You definitely don't like me. Yizhen shook her head. She had drunk alcohol, and this action made her even more drunk. She blinked and looked at Li Junqing. Uncle Li, you don't like me. Li Junqing's brows were tightly knitted as he watched Yizhen pretend to be crazy. He reached out to hold her in his arms and looked into her eyes. I don't like you. Yes. Yizhen nodded with a drunk look. Li Junxing narrowed his eyes and reached out to carry her. You're drunk. I'll take you back to the room to rest. Yijin wrapped her hands around his neck and stared into his eyes very seriously. Uncle Li, have you ever lied to me? He didn't answer, so she asked again, Uncle Li, have you ever lied to me? Li Junxing was now sure that the little girl was drunk. No. Really? Yijin blinked, her hands still on his neck. She blinked her misty eyes and looked at him. His heart softened, and he couldn't help but kiss her on the lips. Tell me, what have I lied to you about? With the little girl, he might have used some tricks, but there was definitely no deception. Who knew that Yijin would fall silent after hearing his words? She lowered her head with a dejected expression. Xinjin. Yijin struggled a little, trying to get out of his arms. Li Junxing watched as she took a step back, then another. Finally, he sat on the sofa. He bent his knees and reached for the wine again. Li Junxing stopped her from taking the wine. He sat down beside her, lifted her up, and held her in his arms. Yijin looked at him and reached out to grab the wine in his hand. Don't drink anymore. Li Junxing didn't understand what had happened to Yijin, but his intuition told him that it was related to him. What happened? Uncle Li, Yijin buried her face in his chest. She lowered her voice and said helplessly, I lied to you. Seeing that Li Junxing was confused, he held Yijin's shoulder and wanted her to look up, but she refused. Uncle Li, I lied to you. Yijin lowered his head and looked at him. Actually, you should know. When I was with you, it wasn't the first time. Li Junxing was stunned for a moment and suddenly realized something. Xinjin, it actually doesn't matter. It does matter. Yijin gritted her teeth. My first time was given to a male prostitute. Ah. Male prostitute. Li Junxing's expression became a little subtle. Xinjin, I hate that male prostitute so much. Yijin gritted her teeth and said, Uncle Li, do you know? That male prostitute was found by my damned stepsister. She took advantage of the celebration banquet I attended with my colleagues the day before and brought me to the hotel room. Li Junxing actually knew what happened after that. His fingertips twitched, wanting Yijin to forget about it. Yijin suddenly raised her head and looked at him. I drank wine and was unconscious. I only know that I was taken advantage of, and she didn't finish her sentence. Yijin's eyes were red. Xinjin, Yijin's expression became more and more painful and aggrieved. Uncle Li, do you know? Today, my stepsister and stepmother found a lawyer. That lawyer told me, what did she say? Li Junxing looked at her and felt very distressed. He wanted to hold her back in his arms. Yijin's expression was more conflicted and painful than before. She said that she took a nude photo of me that night. Li Junxing's expression was a little subtle. He looked at Yijin. Xinjin, actually, Yijin's expression became more and more pale. She began to cry. Her hands gripped the front of Li Junxing's shirt tightly, and her body trembled. Yi Ningyan said that she wanted me to transfer 20% of the shares under my name to her. If I didn't agree, she would release my nude photo. Uncle Li, she buried her head in Li Junxing's arms and burst into tears. What should I do? Li Junxing narrowed his eyes. Thinking of his previous investigation, his expression didn't look good. He hugged Yijin tightly and gently patted her back. Don't think too much. She won't. Why not? Yijin raised her head. Her beautiful eyes were filled with tears, and her little face was covered in tears. She looked extremely pitiful. Since she took a photo of me, she will definitely use it to threaten me. Uncle Li, I don't want my photo to be seen by everyone. I don't want to transfer my shares to her either. What should I do? I'm here. A dangerous glint flashed across Li Juanqing's eyes. Damn Yi Ningen. It seemed that he didn't have time to deal with her before, but she had the chance to come out and mess around. The most important thing now was to solve the matter in front of him. Uncle Li, even you can't do anything, right? Yizhen's face was filled with despair. Uncle Li, tell me, if you were me, what would you do? Would you transfer the shares to her, or would you not transfer the shares to her and let her spread my nude photos all over the world? There's no need for either. Li Juanqing patted her back. Seeing the little girl like this, his heart ached. Do you believe me? I do. Yizhen stopped crying and looked up at Li Juanqing. Uncle Li, how are you going to solve this matter? Li Juanqing pinched her palm and said in a gentle voice, Don't worry, leave it to me. I'll definitely help you solve it. But, you have to tell me what you plan to do, right? Yizhen looked at him pitifully. Uncle Li, before Li Juanqing could say his solution, Yizhen's tears fell again. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. Why did I fall for Yi Ningen's trick that day? If I wasn't careful and more careful, I wouldn't have fallen for it. I was really too careless and stupid. Li Juanqing sighed. Yizhen began a new round of self-loathing. I've actually been trying my best to forget what happened that night, but now I realize that I can't forget it at all. My heart hurts so much, I'm so sad. Uncle Li. Will you feel that I am a woman who has been defiled? Her lips were kissed gently, and Yizhen stared at him with tears in her eyes. Li Juanqing kissed her lips gently. He didn't want her to talk nonsense again. The grievance in Yizhen's eyes almost melted his heart. His heart ached when he heard the self-loathing in her words. How could he watch the little girl continue like this? There was a faint smell of alcohol in her mouth. Together with the smell of alcohol on her body, it made him feel a little drunk. The little girl in front of him was like this, and it undoubtedly made him feel very pitiful and moved. After the kiss ended, Li Juanqing caressed her cheek. Don't talk nonsense. Uncle Li, Yizhen bit her lip and couldn't hide her grievance. I'm not talking nonsense. The person that night was me. Li Juanqing's words made Yizhen's eyes widen. She looked at him in disbelief. For a moment, she thought that there was something wrong with her ears. What did you say? The person that night was me. No, how could that be? Yizhen was confused. She wanted to find her voice, but found it very difficult. Why? You? How could it be you? It was me. It was me, not a prostitute, so there was no photo. There was no photo of you giving her the shares in exchange for your nude photo. I believe that she didn't have it at all. Really? Yizhen looked like he was in extreme shock. Li Juanqing's heart ached. He kissed her lips, then her cheek, and then her earlobe. I told you, I won't lie to you. The person that night was indeed me. Yizhen bit her lip and looked at him. She felt as if a fog had enveloped her. Uncle Li. Yes. I'm here. Yizhen lowered her eyes. She lowered her head as if she was digesting Li Juanqing's words. Li Juanqing wasn't in a hurry. He waited for her to digest the news. The little girl in his arms didn't move for a long time. Then, just as Li Juanqing was thinking about how to persuade the little girl, Yizhen finally raised her head. Her eyes were clear and bright. Although there were still traces of tears at the corners of her eyes, she looked extremely sober. Before Li Juanqing could realize what was wrong, Yizhen said lightly, Uncle Li. The person that night was you? Yes. So, you knew about this a long time ago, didn't you? Li Junxing looked at Yi Zhen and suddenly realized that he had been tricked. When did the little girl that he thought needed his careful care learn to trick him? Uncle Li, you haven't told me yet. Did you know about it a long time ago? Yi Zhen looked at him fixedly, and the meaning in her eyes was very clear. She already knew, and he had already admitted it. Lying at this time wouldn't help at all. Li Junxing cleared his throat. Yes. I knew about it a long time ago. How early is it? This was definitely a suicide question. Li Junxing pursed his lips into a straight line and didn't answer this question. At this moment, Yi Zhen moved and changed from sitting on the side to sitting on him. She placed her hands on Li Junxing's shoulders, and the corners of her lips curled up slightly. There was a faint smile on her face. Uncle Li, why didn't you say it? Zhen, I can explain this. Explain. I didn't stop you from explaining. Yi Zhen was quite kind. Explain. I'm listening. It was too embarrassing. Li Junxing had a toothache. After living for more than 30 years, this was the first time he had fallen into the hands of a little girl. Yet, this little girl was his sweetheart. Uncle Li, I'm still waiting for you to explain. Yi Zhen smiled faintly, but the coldness in her eyes was completely different. For the first time in so many years, Li Junxing felt sweat on his back. It was a little cold. Zhen. Uncle Li, Yi Zhen's voice changed, and she looked at him with some resentment. Just now, you said that you haven't lied to me. The obvious accusation made Li Junxing sweat. Zhen. She knew just now, right? After putting on such a show, drinking and complaining tearfully, it turned out that they were waiting for him here. I said, I'm still waiting for you to explain. Li, uncle. Li Junxing's face was a little dark as he dragged out the last syllable. Looking at the little girl's unforgiving face, he suddenly kissed her lips again. The kiss was so hard that she almost couldn't breathe. Yi Zhen frowned and opened her mouth to bite him back. How could Li Junxing let her do as she wished? In this regard, he was an absolute veteran. Soon, he turned the tables and suppressed Yi Zhen until she had no strength to resist. Yi Zhen's eyes turned red again. Li Junxing looked at her and knew that this little girl was pretending and acting. However, he still let go of her. Yi Zhen, who had regained her freedom, not only did she not retreat, but she also opened her mouth and bit hard on his shoulder. This bite was really heavy and ruthless. Li Junxing's expression changed. However, she didn't make a sound and let him bite. After biting, Yi Zhen still didn't feel relieved. She still wanted to bite the other side. At this time, Li Junxing finally had no choice but to stop her. All right. His little girl was really hot-tempered. Why are you so angry? You mean, you lied to me, but I can't be angry. How could there be such a reason? I'm not lying. Li Junxing didn't admit it. I just didn't tell you. Yi Zhen didn't say anything. She looked at Li Junxing, and the smile in her eyes seemed a little ambiguous. And, you didn't tell me. I wonder what else Uncle Li didn't tell me other than this. Why don't you tell me now so that I don't have to interrogate you again next time? Even the word interrogation came out, so it was obvious that the little girl was still angry. Li Junxing grabbed her body. Don't be angry. The person that night was me. Shouldn't you be happy? Did she really want to be a prostitute? Yes, she should be happy. However, she was still unhappy after being lied to by him. Uncle Li, Yi Zhen's expression suddenly turned serious. Can you tell me if you're with me because of what happened that night? Li Junxing didn't expect her to ask this at all. He was stunned. Yi Zhen was very persistent and insisted on an answer. Uncle Li, you've already lied to me once. Now, please tell me. Are you getting close to me and being with me because of what happened that night? If Ling Xian could find out, it was impossible for Li Junxing to not find out with his status. He found out but didn't say anything. Instead, he was with her. She didn't quite understand his motives and intentions. However, she couldn't believe that what he said was true. What do you think? Li Junxing hadn't recovered from being tricked by the little girl. He didn't answer her question and threw it back at her. Yizhen's face was serious. How would I know? The little girl's words were really asking for a beating. The two of them had been together for more than a day or two. He didn't believe that she didn't know how he treated the little girl. She really deserved to be beaten for asking this question now. However, with his previous experience, Li Junxing didn't dare to really hit her. He could only fiercely kiss Yizhen's lips so that her small and beautiful mouth would not be able to say any more nonsense. Shameless, she used this trick every time. Yizhen wasn't convinced and struggled to bite him. How could Li Junxing let her bite him? He thought of a way to counter her and not give her a chance to bite him. He was in a good mood as he admired the little girl's flushed face. His hand started to be naughty again. When his hand reached into her clothes, Yizhen grabbed his wrist without thinking. Uncle Li, you haven't answered my question yet. What a heartless little girl. Li Junxing lowered his head and bit her lips. I've already made it so obvious. Do you still want to ask? Of course. Yizhen nodded. Uncle Li, I've never been in love before, and I don't know how men think. I hope you won't lie to me. Tell me, are you with me because of that night or because you like me? What a stubborn little girl. Li Junxing sighed in his heart. He reached out to rub her hair. He really didn't know what to do with this little girl. I'm with you because I like you. What happened that night was just an opportunity. Afraid that she wouldn't believe him, he added, even if what happened that night didn't happen. I believe that if I continue to get along with you, I will also fall in love with you. That's why I feel that what happened that night isn't important. There's no need for a special explanation. There's no need to tell you. There was silence. Yizhen knew that what he said made sense, but she said, how do I know if what you said is true? Maybe I just want to be responsible for what happened that night. Little girl. Li Junxing flicked her forehead. You really overestimate me. Overestimate? I'm not that great, nor am I that noble. If it weren't for you that night, I would have asked Secretary Qin to think of a way to resolve this matter. How could I be with you? Yizhen blinked. When she met the sincerity in Li Junxing's eyes, she actually believed him. She believed that what he said was true. So, whether or not it was your first time, and whether or not the person who was with you that night was me, is not my concern at all. You were, and that's good. It doesn't matter if you weren't. I like you as a person, not that boring and ridiculous membrane, the so-called first time. After knowing Li Junxing for a few months, this was the first time Yizhen had heard him say such nice and touching words of love. She couldn't hide her excitement. When she met his deep eyes, her heart beat faster and her blood boiled. She couldn't help but get up and kiss him on the lips. I believe you, Uncle Li. Chapter 789. Li Junxing didn't care about that. He pinched her palm. He really couldn't do anything to this little girl. You cried like that just now. You really scared me. Don't do that next time. Her acting was so real that it made his heart ache. How could he watch his little girl cry like that? The shyness on Yizhen's face suddenly disappeared. She looked up at Li Junxing. Uncle Li, what I said just now is true. What? My dad found a lawyer and said that my mother was delirious when she made the will and asked for the 20% of the shares to be redistributed. When she said this, Yijin couldn't hide the mockery in her eyes. Her voice was a little bitter. Anyone would not be in a good mood after being schemed against by their biological father like this. Li Juanqing's face darkened. He had already started to make a move on Yijin's matter recently, but he didn't expect the other party to be so shameless. Uncle Li, my dad, Yijin didn't know what to say. She definitely didn't believe that this was Yi Nanshan's idea alone. She was afraid that the mother and daughter pair were adding fuel to the fire behind the scenes, causing Yi Nanshan to make such a stupid move. Don't worry about it. Leave this to me. Yijin shook her head and looked at Li Juanqing. She suddenly said, I'm not surprised that my dad would think of a way to deal with me. But I didn't expect him to throw away his last bit of face. He said that my mother is mentally ill. He doesn't even care about my mother's last bit of reputation. She really couldn't take this lying down. If she didn't teach the other party a lesson, if she didn't make Qinhuan and the others pay the price, then where was the heavenly Tao? I even have reason to suspect that my mother's death back then had something to do with my dad. Otherwise, how could a good person disappear just like that? She suddenly turned to look at Li Juanqing, her expression full of pleading. Uncle Li, help me. This was the first time she had clearly said these two words to him. In the past, she thought that she could bear it and get through it by herself. However, she didn't expect that the human heart was more sinister than she thought. However, she couldn't wait any longer. Okay. Li Juanqing hugged her waist and held her carefully in his arms. Leave everything to me. Don't worry. Yijin put his face close to his chest and listened to his heartbeat. The insecurity and uncertainty were finally put down. She trusted him. Yijin knew that nothing could be accomplished overnight. She didn't expect to get rid of Qinhuan and her daughter so quickly. It had been a long time since that incident. Perhaps all the evidence had been destroyed. Even if she wanted to, it wouldn't be that easy. But before that, it was still okay to cause trouble for the mother and daughter. Yijin requested for a shareholders' meeting. She informed Director Xin, Director Zhang, and Director Jiang in advance. They had all been beaten up by Li Juanqing before. In addition, they had other businesses, so they were unwilling to offend Yijin. Who didn't know that the Li family was powerful? They were an established aristocratic family in Rong City. People like them couldn't afford to offend them. After Yijin called for a shareholders' meeting, he informed Yi Nanshan. So, when Yi Nanshan received the message, he was already late. Yi Nanshan looked at his daughter. How could he be angry? Yijin, what right do you have to call a shareholders' meeting without my permission? Didn't I inform you? Yijin looked as if she had done her duty. Aren't you here now? Yijin, Yi Nanshan was about to explode. Qinhuan, who came with him, tugged at his sleeve, telling him to endure. Yi Nanshan sat down in his seat and looked at Yijin coldly. Okay. You asked us to call a shareholders' meeting. Then, I want to ask you, what is it? Since I asked you to call a shareholders' meeting, of course it is. When Yijin spoke, she smiled and stared at Yi Nanshan coldly. I, Yijin, hold 20% of the shares of Shogi Company. Now, I want to enter the board of directors and become the chairman of Shogi Company. As soon as she said this, Yi Nanshan and Qinhuan looked at her as if she was an idiot. Yijin, are you crazy? Yi Nanshan slammed the table and stood up. Do you know what you are saying? I'm not dead yet. Yi Nanshan was furious. He glared at Yijin as if he was looking at his enemy. You want to be the chairman? Dream on. Whether I'm dreaming or not, I have to do it to know. Yizhen nodded and looked at the anger on Yi Nanshan's face. Dad, do you want me to remind you? If I want to enter the board of directors or become the chairman, I only need a vote from the shareholders. Yi Nanshan laughed angrily. You mean you want to hold a vote now? Don't forget, your shares were obtained through illegal means. Whether it was obtained through illegal means or not, I can't be bothered to talk to you now. If you have the ability, sue me and go to court. When the time comes, I will carry out the court's decision. Up until now, I am just driving. I have the rights of a shareholder. Ridiculous. Yi Nanshan looked at Yizhen coldly. You mean, you think you can become the chairman of Shogi Company? Do you have the ability? Whether I have the ability or not, for now, it depends on everyone's opinion. If Uncle Jiang and Uncle Shen think I have the ability, then it means I do. Yi Nanshan had a bad feeling in his heart. However, he would never admit that he would lose to Yizhen. He sneered. Fine. I want to see if you can get what you want. Want to pull him down from the chairman position? Dream on. Yizhen, I have to remind you that I have 45% of the company's shares. What about you? How much do you have? 20%. Don't you think you can pull me down with your mere 20% of shares? Isn't that ridiculous? Chairman Yi, why are you in such a hurry? Yizhen was not afraid of him at all. It's true that I only have 20%, but there are still Uncle Shen and the others. You can't just listen to your opinion, right? Enough. There's no need to waste time. Yizhen did not even look at Yi Nanshan. Since I called all the shareholders here today, naturally, I have something to ask of you. Yizhen feels that Yi Nanshan is not qualified to be the chairman of Shogi Company. I want to replace the chairman. Yi Nanshan slammed the table and stood up again. Chapter 790. With that, Yizhen was the first to raise his hand. Chairman Jiang and the others did not move. Yi Nanshan smiled. He did not believe that these people would be manipulated by Yizhen. However, in the next second, Chairman Jiang and the others' actions made Yi Nanshan's expression change. Chairman Jiang, Chairman Zhang, and Chairman Shen raised their hands at the same time. They only looked at Yizhen, not daring to meet Yi Nanshan's eyes. Yi Nanshan clutched his chest and looked at these people in disbelief. His chest heaved up and down heavily. He glanced at Chairman Zhang in shock. Old Zhang, Chen Wan's expression was ugly. She did not expect things to turn out this way. Old Shen, Yi Nanshan could barely stand. Chen Wan hurried forward to support him. Nanshan, how are you? Are you okay? As she spoke, she turned to look at Yizhen. Yizhen, you've gone too far. How could you treat your father like this? I don't have a father like that. Yizhen stood there expressionlessly. His eyes were cold. I don't have a father who cheated on my mother when she was sick. I don't have a father who would humiliate his wife in heaven for some shares or property. I don't have a father who is biased and only cares about other women. Father. He doesn't deserve it. Yi Nanshan was a good father to Yi Jinhao and Yi Ningen, but not to her. You rebellious daughter. Yi Nanshan's voice trembled. You want to be the chairman. In your dreams. Chairman Yi, I suggest that you calm down. Compared to his exasperation, Yizhen was much calmer. She looked at Yi Nanshan coldly. You already know the results of the vote. What you've done is indeed unworthy of being the chairman. Everyone's vote was just the right choice. I don't deserve it. Yi Nanshan was furious. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets. If I don't deserve it, who does? You? Yijin smiled. She sat down again and looked at the other three shareholders. Uncle Shen, Uncle Jiang, Uncle Zhang, who do you think is suitable? The three shareholders looked at each other. In the end, Director Jiang stood up and looked at Yi Nanshan. His voice was soft and he looked guilty. But when they thought of Yijin's backer, the last trace of guilt disappeared. I suggest that Yijin be the company's chairman. I agree. I agree. Zhang and Shen Erdong followed suit. Yijin raised his hand, a faint smile on his face. I agree even more. Yijin acted as if she didn't see his ugly expression. She stood up and looked at Yi Nanshan. Chairman Yi, no, I can't call you that now. Could you please give me your office tomorrow? I need it. Don't go overboard. Chen Wan took a step forward and acted as if she was standing up for her husband. Nanshan is your father. I know, I don't need you to remind me. Yijin's expression was indifferent. Director Yi, that's all I have to say. I hope you can give up your office to me as soon as possible tomorrow. After saying this, she turned to look at the other three shareholders. Uncle Shen, Uncle Jiang, Uncle Zhang, thank you for today. Please believe me. If Jianji Company is in my hands, I will definitely make it better. This is my promise, and please believe that I will do it. There was nothing the three of them didn't believe. She had a strong backer. They had to believe it even if they didn't want to. Yijin, I believe you. Yes, yes, we all believe you. Such a big change caught Yi Nanshan off guard. He didn't expect it at all. He didn't even know what method Yijin used to make the three shareholders stand on her side. Yi Nanshan's face turned green, and his face was full of shock. If it was anyone else, they wouldn't feel comfortable having their power seized by their own daughter so easily, not to mention that he had never liked this daughter. Okay. Yijin smiled and took a step back. She looked at Yi Nanshan's green face. I've said what I wanted to say and done what I wanted to do. Director Yi, see you tomorrow. She walked past Yi Nanshan. When she walked to him, she suddenly stopped. Dad. This was the first time she had called Yi Nanshan Dad since she changed the way she addressed him. She looked at his face. There was a slight coldness in her expression. My mother is gone. Please don't ruin her reputation. I don't care about the shares. I fought with you for the chairman's position because it was left by my mother. You, uncles, all of you know how much my mother has sacrificed for this company. You all know that at least half of my mother's efforts are in this company. Now, she is no longer here. I will protect the property she left behind, no matter what it is. If anyone wants to take it, I can only fight back. Dad, you are such a smart person. I believe you will know what to do, right? Yijin said what she wanted to say in one breath. The moment she turned to leave, she still felt a little sour and bitter in her heart. She believed that her mother's love for this man was real. But now she didn't believe that Yi Nanshan had ever loved Lu Hui. If he had, how could he bear to do that? She closed her eyes and left without hesitation. Yi Nanshan's face turned from green to white. He covered his heart with one hand and supported himself on the edge of the table with the other. Looking at the three shareholders in front of him, his expression was full of anger. Old Shen, old Zhang, old Jiang, why did you betray me? Chairman Zhang and the others looked at each other. In the end, Chairman Shen stood up. Nanshan. You're not young anymore. When you're old, you have to admit it. Since young people have the ability, we naturally have to let them do it. Don't you think so? Yi Nanshan's face turned even paler because of this. His hand on his chest kept tightening, and his breathing became rapid. In the end, his eyes rolled back and he fainted. Yijin didn't know that Yi Nanshan fainted after she left. She was in a very good mood. After the initial bit of emotion was put aside, things were much easier after that. Things went smoothly. She successfully pushed Yi Nanshan out of the chairman's position and successfully took it herself. Of course, Li Juanqing's help was indispensable, but so what? Yi Nanshan had even used the trick of slandering her mother for being mentally ill. How could she believe that he wouldn't have a trick up his sleeve? Would he think of a more vicious idea to get her shares? No, she couldn't afford to take that risk. Now, she had a great urge to see Li Juanqing. However, when the car drove to the gate of the city mayor's office, she hesitated. Looking at the solemn gate, she took out her phone and called Li Juanqing. No one picked up the phone the first time, but it was picked up the second time. "Jinjin, I'm in a meeting." "What's the matter?" "Ha." "Then continue with the meeting." Yijin stuck out her tongue. She felt that she was disturbing Li Juanqing. "I'm fine." Just as she was about to hang up, Li Juanqing stopped her. "How was it? Did it go well today?" "It went quite well." Yijin thought about today and felt that it was unbelievably smooth. "Thank you, Uncle Li. If it weren't for you, you don't need to thank me." Li Juanqing was taking a 5-minute break in the middle of the meeting. He was about to continue the meeting. "Since it went well, you should prepare well. If there's anything you need my help with, just let me know." "Okay." Yijin originally wanted to say that she didn't need his help, but now she felt that with someone to rely on, no matter what she did, she was no longer alone. She really didn't know how to feel. "By the way, Uncle Li, in order to celebrate my success, how about we go out for dinner tonight?" Li Juanqing saw someone waving at him at the end of the corridor. He smiled, and his eyes were filled with gentleness. "How about this, we'll celebrate tomorrow. There's a leader from above today. I'm afraid I'll have to accompany him tonight." "Tomorrow then." Yijin's face was filled with disappointment. Everything went very smoothly today, and the reason why it went so smoothly was because of Li Juanqing. She had the best news and wanted to share it with him and celebrate it together. However, since he wasn't free, she could only forget about it. Yijin started the car and planned to go back first. Her phone rang at this moment. She looked at the caller ID. It was Ling Xian. An hour later, Yijin saw Ling Xian, who was dressed in leather and looked capable and neat. Xian. After greeting Ling Xian, Yijin sat down opposite her. "Is there any progress on that matter?" "Yes." Ling Xian nodded and took out her investigation report. "Jinjin, I have to tell you that a long time has passed, and it's difficult to obtain evidence. There are many original records. Therefore, it's not easy to find out the truth." "I know." When she made up her mind to find out the cause of her mother's death, she thought of all these. Ling Xian nodded and pushed the investigation report in front of Yijin while explaining to her. "Jinjin, after you told me that day, I went to the hospital where your mother was hospitalized. In the hospital, I spent a lot of effort and only got this piece of information in front of me." Yijin took it, opened the file bag, and took out the document to read. It was a medical record with many names written on it. She didn't quite understand it. However, there were 2 sentences on it that she could still understand. Stomach cancer and organ failure. Organ failure. She could understand stomach cancer. It could be said that it was her fault. But what about organ failure? Was it a side effect of chemotherapy? She didn't believe it. This Jinjin. Ling Xian suddenly became very serious. "This is what I want to tell you. Organ failure. I asked the relevant experts, and they said that poisoning can also cause organ failure. Yijin's body swayed, and she almost dropped the investigation report in her hand. Chapter 791. Poisoning. What kind of poison? Yijin's eyes widened in disbelief. This wasn't a novel. How could it be poisoning? Are you sure? Her voice was trembling. Jinjin, I'm just telling you my speculation. After all, the symptoms of organ failure for no reason are very similar to being poisoned for a long time. After a long time, it will slowly take effect. Ling Xian's expression didn't look good. She didn't expect such a result. Of course, this is just my guess based on the medical records. In fact, we lack evidence. Her guess was based on Lu Hui's physical condition. No patient with stomach cancer would have symptoms like organ failure when it was only in the middle stage and had not spread to the whole body. This kind of symptom was very similar to poisoning, especially chronic poisoning. Yijin understood that this matter couldn't be solved with just a guess, but in the end, she was still unwilling. Xian, please help me one more time. Of course I will help you. Seeing the medical records, Ling Xian only had her own guess, but she still needed to find out what it was exactly. Yijin sat there, her little face pale, and her fingertips trembled slightly. Looking at it seriously, her eyes were red. It's actually useless. I know. Those who had worked as servants in the Yi family had been fired after Qin Wan and her mother entered the family. Now, the servants in the Yi family were all people hired by Qin Wan. She was too young at that time. Although she could remember who had worked at home, there were so many people. How could she remember them all? Yijin felt as if her heart was being squeezed by a hand, making her so uncomfortable that she couldn't breathe. Jinjin, don't be discouraged. Don't give up. I will help you. Believe me, I will definitely find out. Ling Xian was very determined. Anyone who had heard of such a thing would probably feel that it was unbearable, right? Li Junqing was very busy these 2 days. Someone from the higher-ups came to check. It was still the economic work. He was in charge of the economic work, and there were many things he needed to do. Although he was very busy, he also paid attention to Yijin's situation from time to time. When he returned home at night, he found that she wasn't in a good mood. She sat on the sofa, hugged her knees with her hands, and revealed a sense of dejection. This feeling was even more distressing than a few days ago when she was drunk and pretended to be crazy to tease him. What's wrong? Didn't the shareholders' meeting go smoothly? Yijin nodded. The shareholders' meeting had indeed gone smoothly, but Yijin didn't know what to say about the ugliness that followed. She reached out to hug Li Junqing and buried her face in his chest. She had a lot of things she wanted to say, but she couldn't say a word. Some things had already happened, and she was very clear in her heart. Even if Qin Wan was really the murderer and she found the evidence, Lu Hui would not be able to come back to life. What's more, it was very likely that she couldn't find any evidence at all. Thinking of this, she became even more depressed. What happened? Li Junqing gently patted her back and put his other hand on her shoulder. He wanted to turn her body to look at her expression. Yijin shook her head and buried her face in Li Junqing's chest. Uncle Li, I'm here. Yijin didn't know what to say, nor did he know how to start. After some thought, she moved away from his embrace and showed Li Junqing the medical record and the examination report on the coffee table. Li Junqing glanced at her and took out the medical record to read. The more he read, the more serious his expression became. Finally, he put down the medical record and looked at the depression in Yijin's eyes. Your stepmother, Sheath, there's no evidence. Yijin looked up at him with a cold expression. Uncle Li, I have no evidence. These are all just guesses. Guesses couldn't become evidence, not to mention that so many years had passed. Li Juanqing's brows furrowed. He thought for a moment and thought about the key point of the problem. To poison your mother, it must be someone who is familiar with your mother's routine and your family situation. So, who do you think is suspicious? I don't know. Yizhen really didn't know. I was too young at that time. No, I wasn't young either. But it's really been too long. That year, I was only 12 years old. I only remember that my mother's health was getting worse and worse. I only remember that I often saw her pale face and weak body. I can't remember more. As for the people who helped my family. At that time, I was too young and didn't know much about my family. I only remember that there were 2 or 3 people who helped in the kitchen. One of them was surnamed Qin, and I called her Auntie Qin. It seemed that she was the one who cooked. But other than Auntie Qin, there were a few other aunties. Some cleaned the house, took care of the courtyard, and some took care of the greenhouse. Speaking of which, everyone was suspicious, and everyone had a chance. Even Yi Nanshan was also involved in this matter. But she didn't dare to think about this outcome. How could she face it? Her father, perhaps the murderer of her mother. She couldn't face it. This was too cruel for her. It was too cruel for Lu Hui. What do you plan to do now? Li Junxing looked at the report. Organ failure. If this was true, then the cause of Lu Hui's death couldn't be as simple as stomach cancer. I don't know. Yizhen shook her head. I've already asked Ling Xian to investigate what happened back then, but I also know that this matter is very difficult. So much time has passed. Maybe I won't be able to find anything in the end. That won't happen. Li Junxing pinched her hand and gave her strength and support. I believe in you. I believe that we can definitely find something. Uncle Li. Yizhen looked up at him, her eyes filled with confusion and doubt. Li Junxing held her shoulder and looked into her eyes. His gaze was firm and his expression was indifferent. Do you believe me? Yizhen bit her lip and finally nodded. If you believe me, leave this matter to me. I'll help you investigate. Uncle Li, but before that, you have to promise me one thing. What? I'll help you find a bodyguard. A woman. From tomorrow onwards, you have to let her follow you. There's no need, right? Yizhen instinctively refused to be followed. Would it be weird if I brought a bodyguard with me? You don't have to treat her as a bodyguard. As Li Junxing spoke, he got up and went to the briefcase at the entrance to take out a document. This is the bodyguard's information. Her surname is Xiao. Her name is Xiao Li. She's the sister of my driver. She's very skilled. Let her follow you in the future. But, no buts. Li Junxing was very serious. You can treat her as a driver or an assistant. Aren't you going to be the chairman of the company tomorrow? Since that's the case, it's not a big deal to have a special assistant. Don't worry, she's very capable, not just good at martial arts. His attitude was really firm. Yizhen looked at his expression and really couldn't refuse. In the end, she could only nod. Okay. I promise you. That's right. Li Junxing had already arranged everything for her. Tomorrow morning, she'll come to pick you up to work. You don't have to drive yourself in the future. With her around, I'll be more at ease. Yizhen nodded, but it was quickly replaced by a new round of melancholy. Uncle Li, can you really find out? Why? You don't believe me. Yizhen shook her head. I believe you. Although she believed him, she was still a little uncertain. Li Junxing saw this and sighed heavily in his heart. He hugged her again. You have to learn to believe me, and you have to learn to leave everything to me. With him around, he wouldn't let anyone bully his girl. Yijin smelled the very pleasant and clear scent on his body, and her heart slowly relaxed. She was unprepared. The worst had already happened. Why would she be afraid of worse? The next day, Yijin saw Zhao Li. She was dressed in a black suit. She had short hair and wasn't particularly beautiful. Her facial features looked good separately, but when combined, they looked very ordinary. However, there was an advantage to such looks. If she was thrown into a crowd, she wouldn't attract attention. Hello, Miss Yi. Zhao Li, right? Hello. Miss Yi, from today onwards, I'll be following you. Sorry for the trouble. Yijin wasn't used to having a bodyguard following her, but Li Junxing was so worried. She didn't want to brush off his good intentions. In fact, Li Junxing's existence made her feel very at ease and stable. At such a time, someone was by her side, firmly on her side, and supported her in any decision. She felt that fate was very strange. Yi Ningyan wanted to harm her, but she had a night of fun with Li Junxing by chance. She was so angry at first, but now she felt very sweet. This kind of feeling was really very subtle. Thinking of Li Junxing, she couldn't help but smile and feel happy. Liking someone was like this. Thinking of him made her feel happy and happy. However, Yijin's happiness only lasted until she entered the company. Yesterday, she announced the personnel order at the company. Before work yesterday, the internal documents had been sent to the entire company. From today onwards, their chairman was no longer Yi Nanshan, but her, Yijin. After entering the company, the people from the planning and marketing departments stood up to support her. Needless to say, Manager Gu from the planning department used to be her boss, but he took care of her a lot. The manager of the marketing department was promoted by Lu Hui as an exception. All these years, she had been working hard in the company and still missed Lu Hui. So after receiving the notice, she went downstairs. Looking at these two managers, Yijin was very grateful to them. At such a time, it was already very rare for them to stand on her side. She knew. Thank you. Yijin nodded at the two managers and was about to go to the chairman's office when the marketing manager took a step forward. Chairman Yi, that what? Yijin looked at him, not understanding why he was blocking her way. It's like this, Miss Yi is here. She's upstairs. The marketing manager looked troubled and seemed a little worried. She's in the chairman's office now. Really? I got it. She was not afraid of Yi Ningyan. She was not afraid before, and now she was even less afraid. Chairman Yi. Gu Mingxiu had worked with Yijin for more than a year, so he had some understanding of her personality. Miss Yi is not here with good intentions. Be careful. It's okay. Yijin glanced at Zhao Li behind her and gave her a look. Zhao Li nodded gently. Although it was the first time they met, they had a good understanding of each other. Yijin felt more relaxed and went upstairs. Before entering the chairman's office, she saw Yi Nanshan's former secretary, Chu Tei, coming over. Chu Tei was almost 40 years old this year. She had been with Yi Nanshan for many years. She had been with Yi Nanshan before Lu Hui passed away. They all knew what happened yesterday. Seeing Yijin coming up, Chu Tei quickly came to greet her. Chairman Yi, Miss Yi, I got it. Yijin looked at Chu Tei. Not bad. She came to report so early and changed the way she addressed her. She was a clear person. Inform everyone that there will be a meeting in half an hour. All the deputy managers are required to attend. Yes. Chu Tei nodded and left. Yijin seemed to have thought of something and added, tell those managers that if they don't attend, I'll assume that they don't want to work anymore. They can go to the finance department in the afternoon to settle their salaries and leave. Yes. Chu-tae lowered her head, unable to hide the shock in her eyes. Yijin had been in the company for many years and had always kept a low profile. Now, it seemed that he was just lying low. Chu-tae went to inform the meeting. Yijin brought Zhao Li into Yi Nanshan's chairman's office. There, Yi Ningyan was sitting in Yi Nanshan's original seat. When she saw Yijin enter, her expression was very fierce, as if she wanted to eat Yijin alive. Yijin, UB*TCH, how dare you come here? Seeing Yijin enter, Yi Ningyan stood up and raised her voice. You made Dad so angry that he was hospitalized, and you still have the face to show up. If I were you, I would hide at home. How dare I come out and embarrass myself? Yijin touched her ear as if she had heard something unpleasant. She turned around and looked at Zhao Li. A dog entered the chairman's office. Inform the security and get this dog out. Yi Ningyan walked quickly around the desk and walked in front of Yijin. UB*TCH, who are you calling a dog? The one who answered is the dog. Yijin looked at her finger that was almost poking the bridge of his nose and gently waved it away. Also, the other one is AB*TCH. Speaking of which, in this world, I really haven't seen anyone more B*TCHY than you and your mother. What did you say? Yi Ningyan's face turned green. Say that again. It's the same even if I say it 100 times. Yijin was not afraid of her. She sneered. Did I say something wrong? Your mother is a mistress, and you, the daughter of a mistress, shamelessly want to seize things that originally didn't belong to you. If this isn't B*TCH, then what is? Yijin, I'll kill you. She rushed in Yijin's direction and raised her hand as if she was going to slap Yijin. However, before she could touch Yijin, Zhao Li, who was behind Yijin, moved a few steps. Before Yi Ningyan's hand could touch him, he easily grabbed and pulled, restraining her hands behind her back. Yi Ningyan could not move. She kept twisting her body while glaring at Yijin hatefully. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.